Okay, folks, we're back in session. Councillor Troisi, I have you next to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report is long overdue, so I support
If you have a motion,
Oh, no, sorry.
No
Don't have
motions?
a motion.
Okay,
no.
great.
Can I just speak? Thanks. I support the recommendation in this report. It will bring life in isolated areas. Ward 28 has a significant amount of laneways. I often walk from Cabbagetown to City Hall, and I choose to take a laneway every time I walk there and back. And our laneways are full of crime and inappropriate activity. In some of our areas, lanes are orphaned and provide the space for unwanted activity. Left like that, the cycle of isolation, lack of care, garbage, and unsafe activity continues. As one strategy in a toolkit, laneway housing can provide the opportunity to improve these conditions. By adding eyes on the lane through residential infill, we can help make back alleys part of the neighborhood fabric. Residential lanes have the ability to become attractive public spaces. So we want our lanes to be well used, safe, and part of a network. I'm inundated with complaints every day on issues in our laneways, and to the point where Councillor Wong Tam and I have had to have many meetings in the community. We were just at one last week. We need to start dealing with the issues in laneways, especially downtown. So I'm looking forward to this report finally getting approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troisi. We next have Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, first of all, I want to talk about the deputants today, and I thank them for coming down, some of them a second time. So we appreciate your time and your knowledge and your experience and your ideas. But if you look at the deputants, I think it was pretty amazing and pretty interesting. You have residents associations, you have grandmas who were videoed, you have, we were talking about kids and we were talking about parents, and everyone had a story to tell. We had our chief planners, former chief planners. I think that is pretty interesting. We had lots of architects, and so everyone has a different slant and different idea and stories. And the stories of the grandmas who want to stay in their homes and live with their families, intergenerational family living, and the kids. One of them who didn't want to live with his mom, or his mom didn't want to live with him, but they wanted to be close. The parents who are worried about their aging parents, and the parents who are worried about their children with mobility challenges. And so I think those stories were like, that just reflects Toronto and Torontonians and people who love this city and want to stay in this city. And I just thought it was fascinating to hear from everyone. So I appreciate those stories. Some deputants, you know, are still a little nervous and want more constraints. Some deputants, you heard, want fewer constraints. But I think, you know, I appreciate the extra month that the city planners had to delay their vacation to work even harder to get this tweaked a bit more. But we heard from our chief planners with vast experience and others that said, we've done our homework. We have consulted at length. You heard from Crazy Dames, the fantastic facilitation firm, that we had over 400 people out, and often we have those people out. I've had those people out to fight me about the 6-story at Licks going in, but you often don't have 400 people out in support of something. That's phenomenal. And we extensively outreached, actually it's been 2 years. It's a year with city planning, but it was a year before that. And we outreached not only with the community and across Toronto, but with the councillors. And most councillors came to those meetings and learned, and some councillors did not. So that's unfortunate, because we want to be collaborative right from the start. And then we heard from many the facilitators were talking about hearing from many voices across the city. And I'll tell you, the people who came out to these consultations a lot of them weren't the regular people who come out to consultations. So this is one crucial item that was important to them, to have them stay in Toronto, and they came out, which was fantastic. And you heard from one of our chief planners that these laneway suites will make a more interesting city. And of course, add to vibrancy in the back lanes, which I think is phenomenal. And you heard from one dad who said, you know, he wants people to be able to live with dignity and fairness. And I think that was really a touching and important comment. And then we heard from our former chief planner, Paul Bedford, to stop talking and start doing. And so I'm going to turn off the microphone. I'm going to put up my hand to vote for a game-changing housing policy for the City of Toronto.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, and thanks for all your work on this. Our next speaker is Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'll try to be very brief. I'd like to thank our staff for taking seriously the request of at our last TUICC meeting. We caught a little flack for the delay. I think it was a reasonable pause and to give appropriate consideration. I'll be supporting the recommendations that are coming forward. I was ready to support them the last time around. I will, with the same zeal that my colleague Councillor McMahon does, but perhaps with a bit more skepticism that this is going to be a game changer, given the costs associated with it and the changes that one would have to do to the property. I could see it making sense in some circumstances, and maybe in a couple circumstances, but I don't think this is going to create the thousands of units that will need to shift the balance of affordability in our city. At the same time, I think the same could be said to respond to concerns from those that don't support this program, that it's not going to result in thousands of new neighbors to any of these neighborhoods. I think at best what we'll see is a modest pickup because affordability will be a factor. And I got to tell you, like I'm in a position with where I live, with my home, that this is actually a reality and probably an easier one than in many circumstances because of just the configuration of our lot. But the cost considerations are a serious implication, as is the production level of my garden. Because of the amount of vegetable growth that would seriously hinder. So would it from if the neighbors chose to. Although I'd be accepting and welcoming of their applications when they came in. So I will be supportive of it, but I think we have to be pragmatic in the impact this will actually have. I think it's minor, and it may be good in some circumstances, like my mother-in-law moving in to help with childcare, but it might not work out in all sets of circumstances.
Could we hear more about your garden?
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. I understand that Councillor Bailão has requested to speak at the very end, and which is more than fine. Are there any other councillors who have not spoken that are very interested in adding their comments? Okay, Councillor Perks.
So I want to step back a little bit. So I've been on council 12 years now, and for the first part of that, basically what we saw this committee do and the Planning and Growth Committee do and the other community councils do was deal with applications. It was just all about the applications, right? How big should this condo be? How many townhouses can that site take? And in this last 2 years, the conversation has changed, and it's changed dramatically because the community's demanded it, but also because the planning department has really stepped up and led. In the last few months, we will have considered Midtown in Focus, TO Core, the Portlands Precinct Plan, the Built Form Policies Review is there tomorrow, the Unilever Precinct Plan. Tomorrow we also have a review of the Green Development Standards, and we have this. And I just think it's a remarkable testament to the sophistication of Torontonians around planning issues, that we have switched the conversation from a reactive planning framework, which is just about how tall should a tower be, to actually reimagining our key, and mostly in the former City of Toronto, our key neighborhoods and how they function. And today with this report, we fill in an important piece of that. Our official plan has always imagined that our stable neighborhoods are places for intensification within the prevailing character. And, you know, I've spent my life living in the former City of Toronto, well, starting at age 2, and anywhere you go, there are these little structures around the laneway. And effectively what we are doing today is saying, let's think about those as sort of middle-income housing on the rental side instead of parking spaces. And to my mind, anytime you convert a place for a car into a place for a human being, it's a win. So I think it's important we all just stop and acknowledge the incredible work that community organizations have been doing to imagine how a city in the middle of a boom cycle actually maintains its livability and finds little tweaks to improve housing opportunities that are vanishing and making the city unlivable for some parts of our community. So well done, Torontonians, well done the planning staff, well done members of Toronto East York Community Council. I look forward to supporting this, and I look forward to helping get it through at Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'm generally supportive of what's before us. I actually wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of the deputants that came out the first time to speak to us last month and again today, and some new people that came out today, and in particular wanted to single out Mr. DePrado, who spoke to us this morning about a unique challenge that I had not considered about people with family members with disabilities and the unique challenges that they face and how they would like to be close to their family and have them either in the same house, or if they move into the laneway suite and they were the children or the other family members remain into the main house, was something that it had not crossed my mind. But I thought that was something else, another dimension that adds to this discussion. So I appreciate that perspective. I think it was a real eye-opener for many of us here today, members of Toronto and East York Community Council. So I wanted to single him out and take this opportunity to thank him for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks very much. I just want to say great work to everybody, and that this is how good things happen and get done in Toronto. This is actually a great model. It's the community working with staff, and then came here to the last meeting, questions on certain things, go back, make sure we get it right. That's the Toronto model. And I do want to thank everybody who's been part of this new stage of this type of work. And to comment on something that Councillor Perks said, this committee deals with intensification all the time. Mostly intensification we get a little concerned about, because there's always running off to the OMB for 30, 40, 50-story buildings in the city. And there's no requirement in any way for affordable housing in any way when we're doing those large applications. It's always very uncomfortable to have to simply approve developments, add in all that extra density, extra stories, and know that those often are highly unaffordable locations for most of Torontonians. So to have a simple, sweet option that can be built in neighborhoods, that keeps it low rise, keeps people in neighborhoods, keeps neighborhoods alive and thriving, I think is a very exciting option. It's our own way to intensify, but in a way that keeps it affordable. We're very clear that we want things to be affordable, and which we're not fighting over extra density for developers. We're looking at assisting people that own a property in meeting many of their goals that they have, whether it's looking after children, whether it's dealing with disabled family members, whether it's looking after, as our first deputant said, an aging grandmother, who can age in place and age close by. And after we learned about the 43 long-term care homes that will have to be redeveloped and most likely moved out of the city last month at council and at community development recreation, we simply realized that places for the elderly are getting more and more and more difficult. Safe spaces where families can be nearby to aging parents are few and far between. So this was a project with great energy, I'd say great wisdom from those who are new into the development game and those who have dealt with Honest Eds and dealt with U of T and dealt with so many developments and really cut their teeth on so many things and know it very well, and by many designers whose goal is to make this a beautiful, beautiful city. So we have our 100 suites, and then we're going to revisit it. And I know there are some architects who are very interested in looking at the form of the homes as to whether that's working for the backyards, whether we could make it a little more of urban feel. And I think once we get the first 100 done, we can revisit a few of those design guidelines. But I think that at the moment that we have a consensus on this approach today. So I'll just echo the thank you that everyone else has had, and to the two councillors that have spearheaded this, and the hundreds and hundreds, well, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that have been involved in this effort.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. Anyone else to speak? I'll just quickly add my remarks and also to move a quick motion then, and then we'll get right to Councillor Bailão. If I can ask the clerk to put it on the screen, I'd like to move that motion now. The motion is, there it is. I don't see it. Okay, so the motion there is taking a comment out of the staff report and bumping it up as a recommendation, so therefore it's nice and clear and it's visible for all to see. It doesn't really change the direction of where this report is going in one way or the other, but it actually highlights what's already embedded in the report. And I do this largely out of the respect for the Residents Association that I represent, who's asked for this change, and thank the staff for preparing this recommendation, because obviously they're in support, and that's why it's here before us. I want to thank the incredible energy of the civil society of residents who've come together to advocate for this particular change. And I think it should be noted that it has been, it has been noted that there has been a lot of thought and advocacy in the community to want to get this done. And I think that there's been a few failed attempts. And some of it was just sort of larger attempts, and some of it was just sort of releasing a trial balloon into the political hemisphere at City Hall and talking to waste management and talking to transportation services. Can this happen? And the answer in the first attempts was no, a definitive, absolute no. And so they never even got as far as this particular initiative to where it is today. And that's why I want to thank staff for coming up with the right urban twists and interpretation so that we were able to not just basically diffuse any of the objections that came from waste management and transportation services in the laneways. And it was because of the very thoughtful, very creative approach that we're actually even able to get this far. Because I can assure you that if waste management was still standing in the way, and if we were still having the big fights with transportation, we wouldn't have gotten that far. So I want to thank the groups that brought the ideas to the forefront, and I want to thank the planning staff for pushing it to get that done, because there has been attempts, but there was a particular point in time where everything just turned. I want to thank also the incredible leadership of persistent councillors, and this is why it's important to note when councillors sometimes do this hard, heavy lifting, because you can actually sit back and do nothing, and no one would complain. You don't have to take this on. And I want to thank Councillor Bailão, and I want to thank Councillor McMahon in particular, because they were persistent and they were able to bring the right people together in the room and to move this forward. And this will hopefully help us start to fill in that missing middle, what we call either gentle density, eco density, or however else you want to define it. It actually helps us fill in some of those pieces. The as-of-right component to this particular report and to this particular urban initiative is actually the one piece that's going to make life a lot easier and a lot simpler for everyone. But we also need to at some point get to probably the as-of-right for duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, fiveplexes, sixplexes, secondary suites, and so forth, and of course rooming houses across the city, and we're not there yet. We are not going to solve the affordable housing crisis, not with $1 million in the coffer. That's not renewable. That has to go back, and you got to fight it out for another year, to be quite honest. But still, it's a gesture, and I think that's something that should be applauded because it wasn't there last time. And the fact that there is more movement to getting more green space is also just as equally as important, because those secondary laneways are going to be our secondary streets, and that is critical. What I'd love to do is see this program expanded so we start talking about commercial lane revitalization, because we're starting to lose the urban fabric on commercial streets as big box retailers wedge themselves into small urban formats, and the small independent mother and father or mom and mom or dad and dad shops are being lost. And to me, I think that's the next frontier. But for all those who've been involved with this process, I want to say thank you. You've been exceptional to work with, and thank you very much for your patience as we try to get this to a really good place to land. And I think we're exactly where we should be. Then I would like to acknowledge our final speaker, being Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. And I do have a motion, and the motion that I have is with regards to park levies and education levies. We are trying to treat this as a possible secondary suite, and we dealt with the development charges when we had the development charge review. We just want to make sure that this is consistent, and in order to have that consistency, we do need to add that the creation of one laneway suite as part of the park levies to what is now, the bylaw just says the creation of one additional dwelling unit in an existing residential building, and we do have to add or the creation of one laneway suite to have it being considered the first secondary suite, doesn't matter where it happens. I also want to touch base on the fact that we are here today in a very good place. We came together after a month of a delay. But I do want to acknowledge that, yes, some people felt very frustrated. And let's be honest, we do have the capacity in this place to actually screw up a lot of things. And so we do very well at that. And so people were skeptical after a month. And so that's why I think today we are proving that we can do it. That sometimes we can come and ask the questions and come together to a good place and approve even better policy. And I think that's skepticism that we saw last month is proven wrong in this specific issue, and I'm very, very happy to see that happening. I do want to thank staff. I want to thank planning that did an incredible job, but I want to touch on every department that was involved in this. And the reality is that I think Greg can attest to that, because he then took on the leadership of bringing everybody together and and George, yes, getting a lot of those conversations going. But we started these discussions with everybody in the room ready to say yes, to find a way to get it done. And I think that's what Torontonians want to see more from all of us, from our public service, from our elected officials, is how do we get to a yes? And that's how we started this project. And so to all of you from all the departments, to, Affordable Housing Office, that from last month to this month said, how do we get to a yes? How do we get to bring a good program together? I think we all collectively should be proud of the way that we came at this issue. I do also want to thank Landscape, Evergreen, and Crazy Dames. Over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of work in reaching out to the communities and bringing the issue to the communities in Toronto and East York Community Council, and this would not be here today if it wasn't for these volunteers. So to all of them, thank you. And to the residents associations that in the last few months have been, paying close attention, giving feedback, giving suggestions, back and forth, meetings and more meetings. thank you. This is, I think, the beginning of a really collaborative process. I think that the monitoring period is really important for us to even make this a better policy from here now on, and it's really exciting to see it's coming all together. I think deputants spoke a lot about, you know, the importance of this for housing, the importance of this for bringing better and more choice. I just want to touch on two other issues that I think we didn't touch in here. One of them is this signal that we as a city government need to give Torontonians that we are ready to embrace and acknowledge that we need to live differently, that we need to understand that people have different needs of living in this city, and that we are going to be flexible to acknowledge that, and we're going to think outside of the box. We are starting to have discussions about the next 10-year housing plan. We need to have these conversations. So yes, this is not going to bring thousands of units, but what this is going to tell Torontonians is that we are ready to understand that we are living differently, that the American-Canadian dream of the detached house with two-car garage parked in front of the driveway, you know, is not the only way or the most common way that we live in the city, that there's all kinds of different ways that we have to adapt and that we have to live, and that what it is important is to have some key principles. And one of those key principles, I think, for example, is equity. And this is also a matter of equity. For me, when I started looking at laneway housing, I saw that only people with a lot of money, or then that were in the planning or architecture or development business, were able to get these things done, because it was so expensive. It was so complicated that I wouldn't be able to do it, my parents wouldn't be able to do it, my neighbors wouldn't be able to do it, because you just couldn't know, you didn't know how, and you didn't have the funds to know how. And I think if we truly want to talk about complete communities, diverse communities, it is important that we bring that equity to these projects, and that's how we do it. Not only are we creating a rental that, you know, people are going to be able to live in, people are going to be able to live into different houses, people are going to be able to afford different kinds of houses. You're going to have people from all kinds of different incomes being able to live in communities, and you need to have different kinds of housing. And this is just one of them. The next one, hopefully, that we'll tackle with is the rooming house review, but, you know, we'll leave that for another day. We'll leave that to another day. But this is, exactly. This is the important signal that we need to leave here today, is that the only way that we're going to be tackling this housing issue is that we need to think outside of the box. Like some of my colleagues said here, this is not only a supply issue, it's not only a subsidy issue. We're not going to subsidize our way out of it. We're not going to build our way out of this. We need to bring the two together, but most importantly, we need to think outside of the box. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. I don't believe there's any more speakers. How should we proceed with the voting of the motions? Yeah, so we're going to. So let's get the will of the community council. Would you like to vote on the motions as a package? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to record it as a package, and then we're going to record it as amended. So all those in favor of the motions that have been moved, please indicate your support, and this is a recorded vote. Okay, so Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor Troisi, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailão. Those motions have all been adopted. Item as amended. All those in favor: Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor Troisi, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailão. Let the record reflect that it's a unanimous vote. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your patience and all your hard work. So, thank you very much, everyone. For those who are staying for the rest of the meeting, please please stay seated. For those who are proceeding out the door, thank you very much for your civic participation. Our next item that we will be conducting business on is TE 33.4, 1025 DuPont Street zoning amendment application. This is a final report. We have one registered speaker, George Popper. George, welcome. Sorry, George, when you're ready, the clock is on your left-hand side and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Can I please have the extra chat? Folks, can I please have the extra chatter in the room reduced? I want to be able to, and we all want to be able to hear the deputant. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Chair and members of Community Council, my name is George Popper. I'm the architect for the project that you see up on the screen, 1025 DuPont Street. I'll keep my remarks very short because we've just been through an extensive hearing. The site at the corner of DuPont and Westmoreland is zoned I2D2 and could have been a 3-story industrial building as of right. Neither the applicant nor the neighbors nor staff wanted that. Hence, a 7-unit townhouse project was proposed. Staff made some urban design suggestions. The neighbor to the south expressed some concerns. So this is the ground floor plan, and there's a driveway off DuPont which gives access to parking at the back, so the parking is completely not visible from the front of the townhouses on Westmoreland. And at this end, where a driveway was previously proposed is now a landscaped area, and that made the neighbor to the south very happy. So we have the support of the neighbor to the south, and there's a letter to that effect in the file. The redesign project reinforces the street wall by filling the previous break along DuPont and building over the rear driveway. The top floor, as you can see on this drawing, is pulled back from the edge and thus reduces the visual scale of the project. Councillor Bailão organized a community meeting. There was general support for the project at the meeting. We believe this is a fine infill development. We're very proud of it and are asking you to support the recommendations of staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members here to speak to this matter? If not, then we'll just bring this in the Community Council. Any members with questions of staff? Seeing none. Members to speak? Councillor Bailão.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations on this project. I do have a motion. Do you have a motion? Is it ready? Motion? Motion?
This is on item number 4, correct?
You don't have the motion?
So why don't we hold this item down?
Okay, we're going to have to send it down.
We do have the wording of the motion. We're going to proceed to item number 5, and then right afterwards, we're going to come right back to item number 4. So this is our next order of business, TE 33.5, 1245 DuPont Street, 1260 Dufferin Street, 213 Emerson Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications. This is a final report. We do have registered speakers. I would like to call Jeanette Terrell to the front of the room. You will have 5 minutes. Following Jeanette's remarks would be Melanie Hare, Mohammed Naderpour. Okay, so Jeanette, do we have a Jeanette here? Okay, Jeanette Terrell. Okay, is Melanie Haar here? Hare, sorry. Melanie, welcome.
Madam Chair, I am speaking on behalf of the applicant, so if council would prefer, we could speak, have the residents speak first.
Okay, that's fine as well. Thank you. We'll call you right back then. Then I would like to call Mohammed Naderpour. After Mohammed speaks, there will be Deborah Sawyer and Jag Gankis. Okay. Okay. Welcome. I see 2 of you. So
yes.
If you don't mind just introducing yourselves.
afternoon. I'm going to be assisting.
Sorry, if you can just make sure if you hit the button in front of the microphone, that light goes red, it means your microphone is on.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Please sit down. The closer you are to the microphone, the better we can hear you. Perfect.
Good afternoon. I'm here to assist Mr. Nader Pur here to basically raise his concerns. I've already spoken to Mr. Nader Pur, and I have some notes on his behalf, which I will be explaining.
Okay. Hello, Council and everyone. Just I want to explain my issue about this. My question, first of all, I'm really appreciate of being developed this area, and I want to draw your attention to the position of my property in compare with the project that gonna happen raised on. Oh, sorry. The small dot, my property, is my house, and in the east side of my house is the development. That's it. He can continue. Thank you.
Okay, may I start?
Oh, yes, please continue. Sorry about that.
Mr. Nader Pur is the owner of the property known as 1301 DuPont Street. The property is the adjacent property to the parcel of land allocated for the development of the community center. The map of this, the location of this property is shown in that picture. It is the very adjacent property to the development area. Mr. Nader Pur states that as a result of the proposed development, the sale and the lease of his property and marketing of his property will be negatively affected in the next few years. And it's all due to noise, dust, and traffic pollution caused by that will be caused by the development. Having said that, Mr. Nader Pur would like to know whether there will be any plan in the near future to amend existing density, height, and massing of his own property and adjacent properties in the neighborhood, so he can develop his own property and he can sell his own property to the developer of his own choice. Mr. Nader Pur would like to know if there will be any tax relief, property tax relief for his property and the neighboring properties that will be affected during the demolition and development and construction. Mr. Nader Pur is requesting delay of the development until a detailed plan of the amended development for the community center is presented to the public. At this moment, he has no access, or he's not in receipt of the amended development project for the community center. Based on the information shown on Table 3 of page 19 of the report, revised submission comparison on page 19, the information indicates that there will be 2,846 units developed, where there will be only 2,748 parking space will be available. So Mr. Nader Pur would like to know how this shortage of at least 100 parking space will be handled by the city. The current bylaw for street parking allows Mr. Nader Pur and his neighbors to park their cars from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. without any restriction. Mr. Naderpour would like to know, considering the development and shortage of the parking in the neighborhood, if the bylaws will be amended to accommodate parking for his property and the neighboring properties. Finally, Mr. Naderpour is not clear whether the final development of this project has been approved by the city, and whether his objections and his neighbors' objections will play any role in stopping or delaying the development process.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Bailão?
Thank you. Mr. Naderpour, do you live in that property?
Yes.
You live there. And so your concern is parking and the amount of the number of units being built, if I've got that correct?
My concern is about the
Can I ask you to speak into your microphone, sir, please? Thank you.
About the condition of the parking lot and also the location of the community center, how it's going to be close to my property, because I'm a closest property to the developer area, and I have any idea about community center going to be built where exactly.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the building is clear, but the community center is not clear because it says on the papers.
Yeah. Did you attend the community consultations that you've been having about the community center?
The first community center,
We've had two, one in April and one in May.
Yes, on May I came and I just listened. Now when I realized what happened, because I saw the prototype, a model that the developer put on their the presentation center, and I thought, what happened? Where is the location of community center exactly? This is my point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our speakers. Our next speaker is Deborah Sawyer.
Thank you.
Deborah, welcome. And following Deborah will be Jag Gankas and Carol King. Deborah, the clock is on your left-hand side. You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, and this is on, okay. Yes, Madam Chairman, council members. I'm here because I'm a resident in the area. I don't actually own property right beside the proposed development. But my first concern is I'm concerned about what I call lack of big picture coordination in how development is being handled, particularly on DuPont. The subject site is the Galleria Mall at Dufferin and DuPont. That's not so very far away from all the development that's being proposed on DuPont between Ossington and Kendall. DuPont is a difficult street to use, whether it's transit or driving now. I don't know why anyone thinks it's going to be better when we have all this development. Just add up the number of parking spaces that are going to be put into service, and you're talking about a lot more cars. I personally avoid driving on DuPont. I would like to say that's, my civic contribution, but it's really naked self-interest, because when I'm going somewhere, I really need to get where I'm going. And DuPont is not a good street to do that now. I think it's going to be worse. I think this development is also going to have a negative impact on transit. You're talking about another 2,800 units. That's at very least 2,800 people, and if they have families, it's more. The Dufferin bus is pretty impossible to get on now, south of DuPont, at many times of the day. With all that extra population, I don't think the new express service is going to make much of a difference. And the DuPont bus is always pretty difficult to use, because you can't really rely on getting where you need to go on the DuPont bus. Given the actual development, I've been to the community meetings, I've looked at the plans. I think there's some problems with the transition. We made a lot of promises about what's going to happen. I'd like to see some of the promises framed more as a legal commitment. For example, the new community centre is supposed to be built and in service before the old one's decommissioned. Is that just a promise, or is that a legal commitment that the developer is going to be bound by? What about the stores in the mall? It takes years to establish a trade. I've had my own small businesses. You don't build them overnight. It takes years to build them up. If you have to move your business even a mile away from where you are now, it's no guarantee your customers are going to be able to go there and get to you. So are we going to see that the new facilities are in place so all the existing retail businesses can move into those spaces before the current mall is torn down? And again, I think this needs to be firm legal boundaries that the developers are beholden to, not just promises. There's other aspects of what I've seen that I could talk about, but one thing that struck me as being very short-sighted, there's a lot of excitement about the number of daycare spaces, but what about elder care spaces? You know, populations change. Those spaces should really be flex spaces that can be put to different uses as the population's need changes. And I also think overall that the scale of this development is still too large. We're talking 8 buildings of 18 to 35 stories. I think it should be 8 buildings of no more than 8 stories. I also noticed that community consultation sometimes seems to be like a charade or a farce, because with the development between Ossington and Kendall, the community came out and said they were willing to accept 5 to 6 stories, and then what does the city do but put in the plan for 8? Apparently they had to do that for the developers. Developers are not citizens, not in the way we are as individual citizens. They're just corporations. They don't vote. They're not your employers. We are the ones who should be listened to. And so I think in the case of the Galleria development, people would accept something with less density, not such tall buildings, but it needs to be looked at because, again, we're not improving our city with overdevelopment all in the same place. That development needs to be distributed. We're a very large landmass. We're not Manhattan. We're not Singapore. There's a lot of land out there that could be used. And I think it needs to be handled differently. Development, yes, but not all in the same neighborhood. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Deborah, for coming here. Deborah, are you aware that the site is already rezoned to have 1,600 apartments, that if the developer, if the owner of the land wanted, they could go ahead and take out a building permit for buildings up to 19 stories and 1,600 units already?
I'm sure that's the case, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good idea.
But there's no way that we can take those rights away?
No, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you. Our next speaker is Jag Gankes. Jag, nice to see you. You will have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I am a resident of the area. I live at 730 St. Clarence. It's a building that has recently been bought by Achilles, and they're doing all kinds of work there. I agree with everything that was said by the last speaker. My other concern is also affordable housing units. They say that they're going to put in about 130, 115, so that's even less. Now, okay, sorry, 150. Now, my concern is once everything is said and done, usually what the city does is that they raise property taxes, rents go up, and dwellings that could have been affordable before might no longer be affordable. So those 150 units might sound good now, but they might cost hundreds and hundreds of more units that will most likely go up in rent. You know, when property taxes go up, landlords have to charge more. Small businesses are usually pushed out, and then what happens is the retail spaces that will be available will be mostly taken up by corporate entities. There's going to be corporations in there like Loblaws or whatnot. All the small businesses will be pushed out. So my concern is I think we should do more to address affordable housing in the area, which is going to it's going to be impacted quite largely, I believe. Also, like our last speaker was saying, you know, there's going to be a lot of noise, a lot of construction, a lot of dirt, a lot of dust. So a lot of the local residents are going to have to deal with this for years to come, and it's going to cause a lot of traffic, and transit is going to be insane. And then once it's all said and done, many of these residents who had to have deal with all this mess might eventually be pushed out. So I feel like the actual community is going to be disrupted greatly, and it might tear it apart. And my main concern, like I said before, is the housing and the fact that everything is going to be changed. People are going to be pushed out. And, you know, this is historically a low-income, kind of a working-class area. So this is a huge change. It's going to change the entire demographic of the area. Like a couple of years ago, there were some condos that were built, and they put a food basics in the basement instead of the Loblaws, which is what the new residents wanted, and they complained. So there's already a rift between current residents and people who are moving in who want more fancier things, and the people who are already there are like, we don't need this. So they ended up going with the food basics. People weren't happy. I think there was a petition by these new residents. So what I feel is there's going to be a lot of divisions, and there's going to be a lot of conflict. And I think that these have to be addressed. Mind you, I don't live directly right beside where it's going to happen, but I'm within like an eye shot. I'm going to see all this. So I'm not really that concerned about myself, but mainly everybody else who's been there longer than me. I've only been there for about 6-7 years. And a lot of people don't have time to come down. People have to go to work. People have to, there's not really a community organization that that exists to like speak for everybody. I just talk to people I know in the neighborhood. Hey, yeah, like, what do you think? Oh, this is going to be horrible. I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford rent, blah, blah, blah. And then too bad they have to go to work. They can't come in here and talk to anybody. So I took a day off work, or half a day. They're waiting for me so I can come in and speak my mind. And I thank you for letting me do that. I didn't write anything down. This is pretty much off the top of my head. And I'd like for you guys to take this into consideration, that a lot of low-income residents will be negatively affected. They show us videos. I went to they had these open houses. They had videos. Oh, this is what it's going to look like. It's going to look so fancy. All these stores, and they're like really trying to sell it to everybody. They want everyone to think it's going to benefit them, but they really don't talk about all the other aspects involved, you know, with the construction, property taxes going up, rents, transit, you know, an influx of how many thousands of people, the loss of low-income housing. They don't talk about that. Like, we're going to have new stores.
Jag, if I can have your final thought.
My final thought is I think we should take into consideration low-income housing and the current residents that are most likely going to have to pay higher rents and taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there are questions from Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure you were aware that the affordable rental housing, by the time it's built, it won't have gone up in the way that regular rents would have gone up. It's set as a standard throughout the city.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
I was mainly talking about current housing that's in the area.
Yeah, but I'm asking you if you're aware, because you mentioned the new housing, by the time it gets built, it would be very expensive, and I just wanted you to be aware of that.
I'm aware of the low-income units or the
affordable.
Yeah, I am aware of those. My main concern was.
Yeah, I heard that.
Other rentals.
Don't worry, I heard that. I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay, sure, yeah, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Layton, to question.
Thank you very much. You've said it a couple times now, and I'm just curious. Hi. Sorry.
Oh, hi, Layton. How's it going?
How do you equate the rising, if the surrounding properties taxes will go up?
Well, as we know, how the city usually works is when an area is deemed more desirable, usually property taxes go up, like specifically for that reason, as they do normally go up. And I know this because I work in a small business in Leslieville. There's been a lot of condo development, and the owner of my business tells me, he's like, oh my God, property taxes went up even more because more than usual. because the area is now deemed
As the property is valued at a higher rate.
valued at a higher rate. And I don't know exactly what the numbers are behind it. I don't think we're usually given that information of how the economics work, but it ends up being rents go up and people have to. I knew a guy had to shut down his business because he couldn't afford to pay rent. He had a little tea shop and he had to go because property taxes went up, rents went up, and I think that's what's going to happen in our area.
Sure. The other question, what's wrong with food basics?
No, that wasn't me.
No, but what was the issue with food basics? Why?
What happened was there was this new condo development, and they wanted to build a supermarket in the bottom.
Yeah.
And the new condo residents didn't want a food basics. They wanted a Metro or a Loblaw, something more high end. But what happened was they went with the food basics because the demographics in the area is still kind of working class, low income. And then the new condo residents were not happy with the food basics. They didn't want it. They're like, we want something nicer. So the point of me bringing that up is that it created divisions between the current residents and the new ones coming in. They weren't happy, they just weren't meeting, there wasn't a meeting of the minds.
Sure.
So yeah, the new residents were like, we don't want a food basics, ew, we want Loblaw, something fancy, Whole Foods.
But the new residents wanted a grocery store and the old residents wanted a grocery store, right?
Well,
everyone wanted a grocery store.
I don't know who wanted it. They were going to build one anyways, no matter what, because they have to do something with that space. Now, there is a Freshco right there, so we already had one.
They could have gone a Freshco, yeah.
Could have had two Freshcos. Whatever the case may be, the point of me bringing it up was that, yeah, people were not getting along over this. Okay. And I'm afraid that that's going to keep happening for years to come. People are not going to get along. Okay. New residents versus current or old residents, there's definitely a rift there. And that's not a good community dynamic.
Is that not an argument for no new residents?
Sorry?
Is that not an argument then to have no new residents?
No, I'm just saying, the whole point of me bringing it up is, well, I'm not saying there couldn't be, but people want to come in and change the neighborhood is what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with new residents, but people do tend to come in and want to change things and don't take into consideration current residents. I'm not saying everybody does that, but I'm saying that there's going to be a lot more new people come in, thousands upon thousands, not just a few hundred. With just a few hundred, there was already problems. Just imagine with thousands upon thousands or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. You do have another question from Councillor Bailao.
So you're aware that this is one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city of Toronto already?
No, I'm not aware of that.
So that's
desirable?
That's what the media is saying. One of the hottest, most desirable neighborhoods, without even this project going by Torontonians. Okay. So my question to you is, you talk a lot about, the people that live in the community. So most of these are condominiums. Are you aware of price of homes in our community right now?
No, I'm not a homeowner.
So if I tell you that a home goes around $800,000 to $1 million?
I'm aware what the average home price is in the city of Toronto, but compared to the rest of the city, I think it's much lower than that.
No, it's average,
quite
very
a
much
bit.
average. So would you be surprised that, for example, one thing that I hear a lot from the residents that live in our communities, the frustration that they have that their kids wouldn't be able to afford a home in the neighborhood that they grew up, and that they look at some of these developments and say, maybe they can afford a condo in here? Would you be surprised with that? Because they can't afford maybe $1 million or $1.5 million, but they might be able to afford
then
a
it'll be even
$600,000
harder to
condo.
afford a home. I would think as property taxes go up, it'll be even worse, right? I mean, you're talking about homes and condos now, right? So
these are condominiums, so we're trying to compare. So one of the things that we're seeing is that, a lot of people are saying, I wouldn't be able to buy my home today, or my kids can't buy my home in this neighborhood. And so this is a form of housing that enables a lot of the people that live in that neighborhood, that have lived there for decades, to continue to live in that neighborhood as well.
Those are homeowners. What about renters? What about people who have been renting for decades?
Absolutely.
People who have been
It's
renting.
not, absolutely. It's
So
not-
there's
this
a
is
lot of
not a
different
rental project, so we're talking about, I'm
Yeah.
trying to compare ownership to ownership.
And here's another example. I have a friend who lives at a new development in Queen and Gladstone, and she's been there for 2 years. Half of her floor is still empty. Nobody lives there. A lot of maybe foreign investors or people come buy it up. They don't rent it. So that's a loss of.
Absolutely agree.
And with all these units, that could may very well happen. So there's a lot of things we can talk about. Well, yeah, you can do this, you can do that. I think generally, I don't think it's that beneficial for the area, but they're going to go ahead with it anyways. I just think we should try to maybe focus more on how long it's going to take and how it's going to disrupt the area, how it's going to bring this influx of people, and how it's going to maybe make affordable housing harder to obtain. That's my main reason. I'm not hating on people coming in. I'm not saying people can't come in. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to talk about everything that might happen and what has already happened. And hopefully it doesn't disrupt the community and destroy it.
Great. Thank you very much for your answer, and also to the councillor for her questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else who's interested in asking questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jag.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol King. Carol, welcome. Carol, the clock is on your left-hand side, and when you're ready, I'll start it. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol King, and I'm a resident of 730 St. Clarence Avenue. I'm not well versed in public speaking, but because sometimes I get nervous and get discombobulated, and if I do, please forgive me, but I would like to have my say in this topic. On this topic of the plan amendment and zoning amendment for application for 1245 DuPont and 1260 Dufferin Street, as well as 213 Emerson Avenue, I would like to say, well, in my opinion, this is a welcome change to the revitalization of the area. I know changes has its advantages as well as its disadvantages. Advantages of bigger and better, and disadvantages of losing well-loved business and amenities in the area. But I saw that we was given the chance to keep 3 of our main businesses, which is the Rexall, Freshco, and the liquor store throughout the construction of the process. And I wish if we could keep more, but I guess it is what it is. I saw there was significant changes done in regards to the height of the building from 42 stories to 35 stories. The 3-bedroom apartment was 15%, and now it's 10%. Affordable housing units were 120 units, now it's 150 units. And we even have gotten a daycare. These are great changes. I would like to add to this, if it's feasible in terms of space availability and financially, an internet cafe for the youths in the community center, as well as a little area for off-leash for dogs, and during the construction, a minimization of the noise and preservation of the trees within the area. And I would like to thank the city councillor, as well as the owners and the city clerks for working together with the owner to keep us informed throughout the process with the various community town hall meetings. And that's it. Thank you.
Carol, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any councillors with questions? Councillor Bailao, please proceed.
Carol, the difference between the plan, the big difference in my opinion, between the plan that was approved in 2007 and this one is actually that we're keeping the commercial spaces. Do you think that is important that we keep the grocery store, the pharmacy, all that commercial spaces in the area?
Yes.
Is that a hub of activity there in that community that?
Yes, because people in the area, they're accustomed to these amenities, and by keeping them, it's keeping them more comfortable, and it's available there for the use. And you know, there's changes. Many people don't like changes, but to me, I find it's added value to the community. And affordable housing, it's great because the city is already expensive. So that's my point in it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you, Carol, for your remarks. I would like to recall Jeanette Terrell. Do we have a Jeanette Terrell? No, seeing none. I'm going to invite Melanie Hare back to the front. I think there's no other speakers, so you asked to speak last, and here we are. You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Just wondering on the technology, did any of these work? All of these work? Let's see.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Community Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Melanie Hare. I'm an urban planner and partner at Urban Strategies, and I'm here on behalf of my client, ELAD Canada and Freed Development, collectively the owners of the site of the subject application. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendment before Community Council implement a master plan to comprehensively transform the current Gallery Shopping Centre and the Wallace Emerson Park and Community Centre. Generally, I'd like to suggest there are 5 words to describe the process and the proposal before you. It's an opportunity to reimagine this combined site of 7.8 hectares in a comprehensive and a master planned way, thinking immediate terms, phased, and in the long term. The process has built on the site's key role today as a community node, just as some of the residents have spoken to you about today, and recognizing that. And we're thinking about that as going forward in trying to maintain those key uses in terms of the retail as the development proceeds. Over the last 3 years, I've been involved in this project for just over 3 years, and I would like to suggest this has been an incredibly collaborative process, one that has involved a community-based working group. It has involved over 12 community meetings, including the working group, hundreds of people coming out to 5 community meetings, and as we've gone through the process, we've also expanded the areas of notice where we had begun. We started up to Davenport to the north, and by the end of it expanded particularly with a community center consultation up to St. Clair Avenue. And over this process, we've had the benefit and thank the community members that have come out to join us and share their thoughts and inspirations about the kind of change that they would welcome in their community. And they've given us a lot of feedback, and over the 3 submissions of this application, we've tried to respond to those. An opportunity to transform. So transformative is the 3rd word, the site. Here's the site today. It's approximately 7.6 hectares when you take in both the Galleria Shopping Centre and the Wallace Emerson Park and Community Centre. Today, this is an opportunity through this redevelopment to invest in a site which is right now about 60% surface parking. Contains, of course, this Galleria Shopping Centre, a 1970s mall, an aging community centre, and a park. As Councillor had pointed out, today, as of right, the permissions allow for 1,600 residential units on the Galleria site. and a maximum of 3,600 square meters of retail or commercial use. The opportunity to transform the site by increasing to another 250 units that's currently permitted, but also adding an additional 26,000 square meters of retail and office space, a larger community center, 62 childcare spaces, more and improved parkland, and think about this comprehensively, is truly a transformative opportunity. The plan you see before you here is the master plan that's come out of this process. You see the transformative moves of the distinct and block pattern with a diagonal, which creates a seam defining the public space, the reconfigured and expanded park to the south with the community center and the development in the new community to the north. It creates a highly walkable environment and porosity to the site where there are no streets on the Galleria Street today. We have 2 new public streets, one which provides address and significant frontage to the park and the community center, also including 5 new city development blocks. Importantly in us, there's a range of housing, 50% of which will be 2 or 3 bedroom, 150 affordable housing units committed in the first phase of development, and that will be committed and secured through Section 37. This is an opportunity for city building. It is an opportunity to retain and increase the retail offering. We've thought a lot about the at-grade and pedestrian animation on the site and pedestrian spaces. And you can see here the pedestrian space that we call the Muse, where the retail will be transformed from the shopping center into a shopping street, if you will. Overall, we'd like to thank the community for their collaboration throughout the last 3 years and ongoing in the community center and park design process. Councillor Bayo's office and city staff for their exceptional efforts and hard work, and ask Community Council to approve the recommended staff recommended zoning bylaw and official plan amendment to implement this master planning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Bailão.
Melanie, can you let me know again where the distribution of the notices for all the community meetings was done?
Initially, for the first 3 community meetings, which were developer-held, we had an area that included down to, I'm going to say down to College Street, if not up to the Davenport. And on either side, about 20,000 notices, I believe, went out on the developer side, and we've expanded that through the process with the community-led, the city-led community process and the community center-led process to take that up further north of the tracks to make sure the community, which will be the be users of the community facilities and center and daycare. So that goes up to St. Clair in the last 2 meetings we held.
Great. And you said you have a mixture of housing, including 50% family-size units, but you also are not only now maintaining the square footage for the commercial, but you're also adding some employment, some office space. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. So
we have, in this location, we'll have office, retail, community amenities, and residential.
That's great, and childcare. Yes, so it's about 2,000 square meters of office is what's planned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the speaker? Oh, sorry, you haven't concluded. I apologize.
Sorry, no, I had, but I remembered just something else. Would you be accepting the proposal to have a construction management committee with the community to advise and to have a close monitoring and dialogue between the community and the developer?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Naderpour, I recognize I see your hand there. The questions are only for the members here to ask questions of the speakers there. Okay. So if there are no more speakers, no more questions, let's bring this indoors here, indoors, in-house. Members with questions to staff. Councillor Cressy.
Just a few questions. So my understanding is there will be 150 affordable housing units within this, 120 and the provision through the 37 for an additional 30, is that right?
That's correct.
And a childcare, 62 spaces of childcare will be provided on site?
The 62-space childcare facility will be in the new community center on the parkland.
Okay, and the new community center will be financed, there's a contribution through the 37 towards that, is that right?
There's just over $6.2 million going from Section 37 towards the construction of the new community center.
Okay, and how much parkland is being allocated on site?
The parkland dedication will be just under 5,000 square meters.
Right, and is there provision, and forgive me if I missed it in the report, around the phasing and when the social infrastructure will be built?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, the phasing is that as part of the first phase of development, the block in the northwest corner, the two towers in the northwest corner would be permitted to be constructed, as well as the community center, which would include the childcare. And that would be built as part of the first phase of development before any of the other phases could go ahead. The affordable units, all 150 of them, would also be in that first phase of development. So the developer has put all the majority of the Section 37 contribution up front as part of the first phase of development, and then the future phases would follow after.
And the parkland, that comes in phase 2?
The parkland dedication, once the community center is built on the portion of the land that's going to be part of a land exchange, as well as a large portion of the parkland dedication would be part of phase 1. And then they would be using some of the remainder land that they have that will become parkland dedication for construction, so that they aren't using up space that's part of the ongoing operations of the mall, and they're not going to be interfering with the new roads that would be built. And then at the end of phase 2, they would be giving the remainder of the parkland dedication to the city.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Next to question is Councillor Davis.
I just wanted to understand again, the community center is being constructed using Section 37 money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the childcare is as well?
Sorry, to clarify, the community center will be partially built using Section 37 funds. The daycare facility will be built using the funds from Children's Services.
Okay, so city money.
Yes.
Okay. So this says a 6,000 square meter community center is to be designed and constructed by the owner.
They will be designing and constructing the community center, but they're partnering up with the city, and Parks is working with them to see the full build out. The Section 37, as well as part of the land exchange, will contribute to not just the reconstruction of what is already there. We already have a 2,700 square meter facility. That money would replace that and increase the size. And then in partnership with the park staff, they will be increasing it to meet not just current demand, but also future demand for the entire area.
One of the things we were just chatting about earlier was the 62-space childcare center for 6,200 units of housing. When we 2,600 units, sorry, not 62. I switched them. And I know that's the standard size that we plan for, but this, I'm wondering, when we know that 70% of women are working, we want to achieve 50% to demand, that's part of our 10-year plan, how 62 spaces is meeting the demand for this area, and how we can address that.
Councillor, I'm not sure if that is a question for city planning. We certainly did work with Children's Services on the appropriate.
Well, we do social development planning is part of the overall planning process. So I know you've spoken with Children's Services, but I'm just struggling when we look at these big blocks that are going to really serve a lot of families are intended to how we're establishing the social infrastructure that we know will be needed. I know this is, you know, a lot of Section 37, you know, has been allocated. There will be development charges and more development charges probably come out of this in the end. But where is the planning for where these facilities could be if you were to say, all right, we need more than that?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can just comment, we do work obviously closely with Children's Services and our policy staff who are looking more broadly, and part of that planning is looking for a distribution of daycare. So for example, in another project in Ward 18, we're going to be securing another childcare facility. So we are looking at securing a number of childcare facilities right across the city to try and maintain a balance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else with questions of staff? Councillor Bailão?
So one of the things that we requested, when I say we, the community and I, was that we close the community center, the existing community center one day, and we open it, the new one, the following day. How are we guaranteeing that?
Through you, Madam Chair, as part of this application, there's a land exchange agreement that will need to be entered into, and that's one of the recommendations of the planning report. The land exchange itself went through a report from real estate staff to Government Management Committee yesterday and was adopted and moved forward to City Council. As part of the land exchange agreement, the applicant knows and park staff have been very clear, and the city has been clear, that they will not get ownership, or they will not be able to demolish the existing community center until the new one is open and operational and in park staff's hands, so that there will be no period of time where the community will be without a community center, and that there is that overlap then.
Great. And so right now, even though the developer is building the community center, the city is taking the leadership on all the programming and working with the design and the community consultations, working with the developer, but we're leading those decisions, correct?
That's correct. The park staff have been taking the lead on it and working with the developer to come up with the appropriate design and appropriate programming, as also with very clear consultation with the community members. There's already been 2 open houses just on the programming of the park and community center to get input through an appropriate process with park staff and city staff to make sure that the community center serves the needs of the existing residents and future residents of the area.
Great. And has TTC been involved, and have any accommodations been done actually to facilitate some of the activities of the TTC?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the TTC has been involved, and I've had, city staff have had a number of meetings with the TTC staff. And in order to accommodate the increase in transit users, the TTC has asked for a number of improvements, including bus laybys on Dufferin and within the site itself to allow for short turns of the Dufferin bus, particularly for special events such as the CNE, to allow for various options for the future. There will also be each new signal that's being constructed as part of this development will have to have transit priority signals in it so that transit has priority. And the developer will also be giving additional funds to ensure that signals in the area will also be upgraded to have signal transit priority.
Great. With regards to the parking, in your the feedback that transportation, is it adequate, the parking that we have?
Yes, the transportation services and transportation planning have looked at the proposal and the proposed parking and the rates and have determined that it's an acceptable amount of parking and will accommodate the future residents and commercial uses of the area. In particular, concern was the commercial uses, and made sure and worked with the applicant to ensure that there's an adequate amount of parking to accommodate the increase in commercial uses that will be seen on the site.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other members to question? Okay, seeing none, members to speak? Councillor Bailão.
Madam Speaker, I have a series of motions that actually staff, I think it's one of them, I think it's a spelling thing, and staff have asked me to move these motions. I want to start by, first of all, obviously thanking staff and the community. As the developer presented, we've had a great working relationship. We started having working group meetings with staff and members of the community from different organizations, from our cycling community to parks groups to residents associations to the BIAs, and even before the developer put in the application, we started having those conversations and went over through all the themes, from public realm to the tenure and what kind of housing we wanted there, to the importance of the retail that retail has in our community. Once the application was submitted, obviously there was some tension in some areas, and there was, I think, healthy tension that we now came to a much better place. We went from 11 towers to 8 towers. There was a significant amount of density that was removed. The location of the community center has shifted a bit. There was an important decision that the city staff and the community took together, which was really, we knew that we needed a community center twice as big as the one that we currently have today to accommodate the increase in population, and honestly the population that we have today, because that's a very well-used community center. But we also know that the existing one that we have is highly, highly used, and we didn't want to have any downtime. So we did opt and accepted the opportunity to have the community center located in a different area, so that this community will not stay without any community center at any time. We've been able to secure funds for a daycare. We've been able to secure 150 units of affordable housing. And as some community members said in here, the affordability factor is extremely important in this community. And so it is important that we secure this area. I am actually pleased that the developer has also accepted the request from the community to have these things in the first phase of the development. It is true, it's a big development, it's going to take some time. It's obviously going to create some challenges in the community with the construction. To be honest with you, the Galleria Mall is highly used by everybody. You know, a lot of people say, oh, that ugly thing in there and nobody uses it, but I can tell you, I go in there on the weekend and I have my groceries done, I go to the pharmacy, I get everything done, buy my pet food, because it has the very essential stores that everybody uses. And so for us, it was really, really important to have this phased in a way that we can maintain access to some of those stores and that we can maintain access to that community space. And having the community center done right at the beginning, so that we can then proceed and phase out these stores and have the affordable housing also done in the first phase, because we know we much need this in our city. We do appreciate that. We do appreciate the development, the developer taking that in consideration. We've put that request on the table, and we've been we've seen a positive response, and we're happy to see that. I'm also pleased to see that this is not only a residential development. Back in 2007, we had 1,600 units approved in here. We were not going to have any retail. To be honest with you, the blocks were not really good. Planning, when they saw the new owner coming forward and wanting to have a conversation, we're actually pleased, because we know that we needed some retail, and I'm happy that we even have some office space. We want to build a community that we can live, that we can work, and that we can, you know, do our daily lives, our recreational, and have some culture. That's what we want to build in the West End as well. We have a lot of transit coming to this area, actually, with stops of the Smart Track, with the Eglinton Crosstown, with the Dufferin Bus Express. There is transit that is coming to the West End of the city, and we know that we can have residents, but most importantly, we can also have people working in here, so we don't have our residents having to travel all across the city to go to their workplaces. So I'm happy to see that that we have that here. I also am pleased that there was a significant increase on the amount of family units. A lot of people in our neighborhood want to downsize. A lot of people in our neighborhood were raised in this neighborhood and want to continue to live in this neighborhood. And having the opportunity of having family-sized units, it is extremely important to maintain the people that live in these communities able to live in those communities. And that's why 50% as family-sized units is significant, and I appreciate that fact. Obviously, like Manny said here, change is always difficult, but how we manage this change, how we ensure that we did not only have any development in here, that we had the community benefits, that we reduced, that we looked at everything from wind to sun to shadow to all these studies to make sure that didn't have a negative impact also in the neighbors around it is extremely important. So I will be supporting this development. Again, I'm very, very thankful for the hundreds of people that we had participating over these last couple of years in the discussions, in the conversations, and with the great feedback that we heard from residents. So to staff and residents, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Davis.
I do want to acknowledge all the great work, and it looks like a very exciting proposal. But 50% are 2- and 3-bedroom units, and 2,600. So 1,300 units are going to have kids in them. And we've got a 62-spot childcare center, which has always kind of been this standard. And it's just isn't adequate here or anywhere else where we build these 62-space childcare centers. So I don't know. I have a motion I'll talk to you. I won't move it now because I didn't get a chance to talk to you, Councillor Bailão, but that we okay, request the DCMA to review and reconsider the licensed childcare capacity being planned for the site to determine the feasibility of creating more childcare space. So,
So if you want to do it, I can speak while I'm speaking.
I don't know if that's.
So the clerks will prepare the motion for you, Councillor Davis, and we will let you come back and speak.
Yeah.
Or do you want to
If
just
I
finish
could,
your remarks? Yeah.
You know, 70% of women are working. We've got a plan that's intended to serve 50% of the child population. And we're always looking back and saying, why didn't we back then recognize these needs? Well, we do recognize these needs, and I think we've got a plan. Whether there's money there now, we may have a government that is going to expand childcare in the province of Ontario. We may not. We may not. But should there be the opportunity to expand, we have been receiving funding, and we have a plan now that we're trying to achieve. And it is not 62 spaces for 1,300 families. So if we can move that, we've got to step back and just say, okay, how are we planning these big blocks? There has to be a footprint available because childcare has to be on the ground floor. So maybe they'll have to go back and Parks, PFNR and Children's Services and just see if there's any chance that there's room to create a larger childcare center.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think we will again have the language prepared for you and probably read out the motion. We're going to consider that motion have
have been tabled, even though it was not on the screen, but I think we could probably allow that leniency in this particular friendly community council. I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Cressy, who's got the floor to speak for 5 minutes.
Just very briefly, first of all, I just want to commend Councillor Bailão and the local community that's worked so hard to develop what I believe is a truly livable neighborhood. Master planning a neighborhood from scratch takes a bit of foresight to imagine how do you build a neighborhood, not just build towers. And when you look at the presence of childcare soon and hopefully to be expanded, the community center, the parkland, the family-size units, this truly will be a neighborhood. When you look at the affordable housing, 150 units on site. 150, which means that when Councillor Shiner gets up at council next time and he can point to 150 units here, that is hugely significant. And I think that speaks to the commitment of Councillor Bailão. But I'd also just talk I do want to say what's being done exceptionally well on this project is phasing. If you look at City Place, which was one of the first master planned vertical neighborhoods, all the social infrastructure was to be planned for. Childcares, libraries, parks, community centers, schools, but it was to be built after the residential, which meant that a certain culture took hold. A culture that was less about families and more about young people. And what's been done so well around this, singles and couples that is, what's been done so well around this is to front end all the social infrastructure so that from the get-go you're building a neighborhood, but you're building a neighborhood by virtue of creating the places where a community gathers together. You create the community center, the child care spaces, and the park where the community actually builds a neighborhood by interacting with each other. And that's what's been done so well here in particular. So I just want to commend Councillor Bailão and the neighborhood for rolling up their sleeves and getting to a truly positive outcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Anyone else to speak? Okay, I would ask the clerk, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, let's put the Councillor Davis's motion on the screen. Here it comes. Okay, so everyone's doing great work in their local communities. We have a motion on the screen. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That carries. Councillor Bailão has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Item as amended. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone, on your good work. The recorded vote? Okay, sorry, folks. Yeah, so item as amended, everything all in. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor Troisi, Councillor Matlow. She's not here. Oh, sorry, I said Councillor Fletcher, sorry. She's always occupying space in my mind and my heart. I said my mind and my heart, people. Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, and Councillor Bailão. Let the record reflect that the vote is unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone.
Who always occupies space in her mind?
Yes, everyone, you're on my heart. TE 33.6, 20 Perth Avenue, Block 1-158 Sterling Road, Common Elements Condominium Application and Part Lot Control Exemption Application. This is a final report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? There are no registered speakers.
This is all me.
Okay, we're on item number 6. Seeing none, members with questions of city staff? Seeing none, members to speak? Councillor Bailão.
I would like just to move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Well done. TE 33.7, 822-838 and 860-862 Richmond Street West Official Plan Amendment Application, final report. We do have registered speakers. I'd like to call Caroline Lindberg, followed by Daniel Cowling. Caroline, are you here? I see you. Welcome.
They don't look at all alike.
You'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in your decision-making process. I don't take it for granted in the world that we live in. So the application that's before you deals with two separate buildings and two separate proposals. I'm speaking only to the proposal that relates to 860 to 862 Richmond Street West. I don't have any comments at this time about the proposal for the other building. I live at 181 Strawn Avenue, and the staff report on page 5, it lists the properties to the west of 860 to 862 Richmond Street West, and there's just a little typo because it gives the numbers of the houses as 161 to 178. I'm pointing it out only because it should be 161 to 181, and because I live at 181, I feel compelled to point this out to you, so you know why I'm here. You're being asked to approve a 5-story building where a 4-story building would not require an amendment to the official plan. It might not sound like a big difference, but for those of us who live near the building, the developer's plans would have a huge impact on the enjoyment and use of our properties. We would suffer significant loss of privacy and natural light, and based on experience, I can tell you we could also expect to suffer unwanted artificial illumination throughout the night, even more than we already do. Those of us who live in row houses have precious little privacy and light as it is. In choosing to live downtown, we know that's going to be the reality, and we make that choice because we want to live in what's a really great urban neighborhood, knowing what's involved. But we count on the city to make decisions that won't unnecessarily diminish privacy and light for residents of the area. The neighborhood has changed a lot since I moved into my house over 26 years ago. Many of those changes stem from lots of other people figuring out what a great neighborhood it is and wanting to live, work, and play in it. As a result, traffic volume has increased hugely. Increasing density by adding 2 more stories to the current building would only exacerbate this problem as well. I know that you have a staff report recommending that you approve this application. This means that those of us who oppose the application have a heavy burden to overcome. When you consider applications for amendments to the official plan, you're balancing a variety of sometimes competing needs and principles and priorities and figuring out how much weight to give each one, always with a view to the quality of life in the city. With all due respect to city staff, I think that the weight that's been given to the creation of employment opportunities with this proposal has overshadowed the equally legitimate needs and concerns of residents nearby. I don't disagree with the importance of employment opportunities in the city and in my neighborhood. I just don't think those opportunities should come at the expense of local residents and their right to enjoyment. I think a mixed-use neighborhood does pose particular challenges, and I think that in this instance, approval of the application would tip the scales too far away from what residents value and need in the community. The official plan is a carefully considered policy document. Requiring the developer to conform to it would still permit the addition of 1 more story to the current building. If the developer works with residents to do that in a way that respects our presence in the community, maybe everyone's goals can be achieved.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to call Daniel Cowling. After Daniel will be Linda Muir. Daniel, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Cowling. I'm the owner of a property located at 183 Strawn Avenue, adjacent to the proposed development located at 860 to 862 Richmond Street West. I have 2 specific concerns I wish to voice at this time regarding the request to amend the official plan before Council regarding the proposed developments located at 822 to 838 and 860 to 862 Richmond Street West. If you look at the screen, the one with the X is 860, the one with the check mark is 822. Firstly, I wish to state my objection to having the 2 developments grouped together under one application. I have no particular objection to the application for the property located at 822 Richmond Street West, as its proposed massing, density, and immediate context differs greatly from that of the application for the property located at 860, whose proposed massing lacks gestures to its neighbors, whose proposed density is twice over the allowed density that the other site is requesting, and whose immediate context is entirely 2- and some 3-story residential, with little existing setbacks between uses. Just so you can see 860, and you can see the adjacent, some of the adjacent uses with some of the setbacks. Sorry. I lost my place. I apologize. Grouping the two applications together has diluted our democratic rights as taxpaying citizens of the City of Toronto. I'm disappointed that our councillor and the planning department were short-sighted regarding the request before council today. Secondly, the request before council, specifically that for the property at 860, to amend the official plan to allow 5 stories in a neighbourhood designation arguably goes against the city's own policy. In my experience, official plan amendments are rare and for good reason, assuming that city policy is sound. I am a registered architect in the province of Ontario and a partner at SMV Architects located in Toronto. My work regularly involves dealing with municipal approval applications and the city's planning departments. As such, I am well versed in the city's planning guidelines for development adjacent to established residential zones. I support the city planning department's interest in protecting established residential zones by utilizing setbacks and angular plane calculations to limit overlook and to ensure privacy and access to daylight for all, regardless of use, but especially when the uses differ. Similarly, the city's policy regarding minimum distances between building faces is good planning in my opinion, and is intended to create a healthy living environment for all as our city continues its unprecedented growth. None of these guidelines have been applied to the proposal for 860 Richmond Street West. Many of the existing residences located on Strawn Avenue predate the existing building in question. Strawn Avenue, as you know, is named after Bishop Strawn, founder of Trinity College, which is now part of the University of Toronto and which was originally located north of the intersection at Queen Street West, in an area which is now Trinity Bellwoods Park. The original gates remain at this intersection. This neighborhood is rich in our city's history and forms an integral part of our city's collective memory. It is also a truly mixed-use neighborhood with an existing mix of zones and uses within the neighborhood fabric and the minor streets, not only on main streets. I feel that this established mix deserves individual case-by-case study, not blanket approvals for expediency, which do not serve the established fabric or the neighborhood community well. Given its neighborhood designation, I strongly feel that going above a 4-story height limitation as currently exists in the official plan and adjacent to predominantly 2- and some 3-story homes is arguably hypocritical, certainly against good planning policy and disrespectful to existing and future residents of this vibrant established neighborhood. I would also argue that the process to date has not been entirely democratic for the reasons I stated previously. I would request that Council either deny the request specifically for the property located at 860 Richmond West and support the request for the property located at 822, or deny the request before Council altogether so that the applications may be separated and dealt with independently as they should be in a truly democratic process.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Linda Muir, followed by Louis Tinker. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Linda Muir. I live at 163 Strawn Avenue, and I have lived there since 1985. Forgive my voice, I have the tail end of a cold. I value the opportunity to speak today in opposition to the request to amend the official plan application. However, I feel that my ability to impact the decision of Council has been unfairly compromised because the two separate properties with very different realities have been combined into this one application. I have no negative comments to make on the proposal for the property at 822 838 Richmond Street West. This site is located at the corner of Walnut Avenue and Richmond Street West and has its own parking lot, area for garbage, and is set away from the surrounding residential neighbours. And therefore the plans for that property appear to offer benefits to the neighbourhood in terms of workplace intensification. The second property, located at 862 Richmond Street West, has an entirely different scenario, and it is the plan for this property that I oppose. 862 Richmond is truly shoehorned into the residential neighbourhood that butts up against it, with no additional space beyond its own footprint. Pardon me. The building does not have enough space for storage for its own garbage and must depend for that on the municipal boulevard in front of the building. The existing three-story brick building is already an imposing presence that stands immediately across from residential windows or borders on neighboring backyards. If you look at the developer's renderings, there are many more trees and lovely pavings that don't exist. The views from our homes are much more directly exposed. It is the building's proximity to the daily lives of the people who have homes in the neighborhood that demands attention today. From my neighbors, you will hear about the stresses of nighttime light pollution, lack of privacy, lack of setbacks, perpetually blocked laneway access to their homes, and overlooked concerns. These are very real, daily issues for all of us. I understand that 862 Richmond has an 8-meter as-of-right height, but I believe that 4 stories with a density that conforms to the official plan would better serve the established community that must tolerate the building's proximity. Perhaps a rough count of the number of residents in the surrounding homes that would be negatively affected by a 5-story workplace at 862 Richmond exceeds the number of jobs that the additional 5th floor would provide. Expediency and efficiency were reasons given for combining the two properties on one application. But I ask you, who benefits today from making an irreversible, misguided decision quickly? I respectfully ask that Council find a mechanism for separating the two properties, which would allow a vote to be taken on each property and its merits. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Louis Tinker, followed by Elizabeth Ferreira. Louis, welcome.
And partner with Bousfields Inc. We are planning consultants to TAS Design and have been providing planning input on this application for an official plan amendment. We've participated in a number of meetings with city staff, presented at community consultation meeting, and follow-up community meetings hosted by both Community Planning and Councillor Layton. In my opinion, it's been a full and open public consultation process. I'm here specifically to talk about 860 Richmond Street West, and as has been mentioned, it's the site which is most furtherly west on this street. The proposal is to renovate and expand the existing non-residential building on the property from a height of its existing height of 3 stories to 5 stories. But I would like to point out that the overall height that we're requesting is no taller than the existing as-of-right zoning permission of 18 meters. The zoning that applies to the property today is 18 meters, and the 5-story proposal before represented by this official plan amendment is also 18 meters. So we're asking for an increase in the number of stories, not in the increase in the overall as-of-right height. The existing uses on the property will be maintained, and the number of tenants will be expanded on the upper floors. The existing tenants are involved in financial technology, film and television, and a not-for-profit child development support agency. The subject site, as pointed out, is designated as neighbourhoods, and as you're aware, the official plan limits the scale of buildings within neighbourhoods to no more than 4 stories. This application does not seek to amend any other standards, and in particular does not seek to amend anything to do with the zoning in terms of setbacks, in terms of measured height, in terms of any of the provisions of the base zoning. I should also point out that from a land use perspective, the continuation and expansion of employment use on the property is desirable, and it addresses the policies of the Garrison Common North Secondary Plan, which also applies to this property. The Garrison Common Secondary Plan includes a number of site and area-specific policies that set out more specific land use policies over and above the neighbourhoods designation. The site falls within Area 2 of the Secondary Plan, which provides for a mix of employment and residential uses, provided that those employment uses are restricted to those that are compatible with adjacent and neighbouring residential uses in terms of emissions, odour, noise, and the generation of traffic. In accordance with the development criteria listed in Policy 4.1.5 of the official plan that deals with developments in neighbourhoods, the proposed height fits within the existing physical character of the surrounding area. Given the industrial history of the area and residential history and the evolving mixed-use context, the neighbourhood does not have a single prevailing typology, but rather a mixed typology, both in terms of singles, semis, residential properties in 2 to 3 stories. It contains more recent infill development of 4 to 4.5 stories. It contains warehouse buildings such as this existing property. It also contains other buildings that are taller than 4 stories. For example, at 800 Adelaide Street West is a 5-story building, and at 800 Richmond Street East is a 7-story building. Both of those 2 buildings are located within the same neighbourhoods designation. As I mentioned earlier, the proposed height in stories is no higher than the as-of-right height permission of 18 metres. My client has acknowledged the concerns that have been raised by the community and has genuinely listened and sought to address those comments. In response to those comments, a number of revisions to the design of the building have been put forward, recognising that none of them specifically address or impact the requested official plan amendment. But in summary, there is a removal of exterior stairwells on the east and south side of the building. There's been a removal of the extension of a fire escape on the north side of the building. There has been the removal of an outdoor rooftop terrace on the west side and the replacement with a green roof that would only be accessible for maintenance purposes. There's been improvements to the garbage storage that was mentioned earlier, addition of bike racks along Richmond Street, and opportunities for seating and landscape improvements along the street. There's been the introduction of solid panels to the glazing to reduce the transparency and openness of the glass of the additional stories. This additional solid banding will help to mitigate overlook and privacy impacts. Overall, I would like to thank the City Planning staff for their committed efforts on this file, the Council for facilitating a productive dialogue on the planning issues, and for those residents who have taken the time to participate and provide their input through the various consultation meetings. In conclusion, I agree with the recommendations put forward by City Planning staff, and I ask that Community Council adopt those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to call Elizabeth Ferreira. Elizabeth, welcome.
I have a presentation that I'm just going to set up here. Hello there, good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors and guests. My name is Betty Ferreira and I live at 850 Richmond Street West. My property is 16 feet from the property line to 860, 31 feet window to window. I'm generally not a NIMBY. I want to just mention up front, we moved to Richmond Street West actually looking for some enhancements and developments to the neighborhood. I am in opposition of 860 to 862 Richmond Street West for the following 3 reasons. It is an oddity. 100% glazing equals 100% overlook and 0% privacy. We are 13 to 31 feet apart from that building at 850 Richmond Street West and 901 Queen Street. The height and proximity create shadows on the sole windows. There are only windows on the one side facing 850, Richmond Street West, facing 860 from 850, and at 901. Again, that's 13 to 31 feet, which is less than the 36 feet in the planning guideline. Also, I will be pointing to your attention that the shadow study conducted that you may have received also was based on a false comparison of an industrial as of right. My third point, massing and density at 4.1 plus the 3.6 at 822 and 832 Richmond Street West creates extreme congestion, blockages with little infrastructure to alleviate these issues. So let me give you some background context. The building in orange and the X is 860, 862 Richmond Street West. The yellow mark is the building that I live in and more or less where I live. All of those green boxes represent residential neighborhoods. You can see how tightly nestled 860 to 862 is comparison to these neighborhoods. There's no elbow room. There's no shipping, no receiving, no indoor waste storage. There's not even a platform around the building for people to walk around. There's a city alley, a street, and other people's backyards. I also want to point out in an architectural drawing you may have seen that the post-build height is the same as my building that I live in at 850 Richmond Street West, and that's the image on the left. That is not true, so I want to make sure that that was understood. The current heights pre-build are actually similar. Here's another aerial view of the building. The star is obviously that building, 860, 862. The buildings on the right with the number 1 are the shortest distance on the east side of that building. Again, that's 13 to 31 feet. What is 13 feet? It's 2 handspans. Those are the 2 buildings in question, 901 and 860. What is 31 feet? It's 4 handspans. 31 feet is less than the 49 feet planning guideline between facing windows. So that brings me to my first issue. 100% glazing equals 100% overlook and 0% privacy. We heard that there was going to be a band of shadowing or frosting, but that is below eye height even when someone is sitting. The height, I believe, including the use of 100% glazing, contravenes policy 3.1.23, as the exterior facade has not been designed to fit harmoniously. It has not created appropriate transitions, and it is not providing for adequate privacy. That takes me to issue 2. Shadow. Shadow on the sole windows of 850 Richmond Street West and 901 Queen Street, again at 13 to 31 feet. About the shadow study. I understand, it's been mentioned to me, that this shadow study uses an as-of-right based on an industrial building. The application is not for an industrial building, it's for an office building. My second point to shadow imposed will be in contravention, I believe, of policy 3.1.23, as it will limit light. It doesn't provide for adequate light, it doesn't limit resulting shadow, it doesn't minimize any additional shadowing. In addition, I believe it also is in contravention of policy 4.19, as there are no step-backs on the east side of the building. So there hasn't been an appropriate transition in height and massing for the east side, again, at 13 to 31 feet. From what I understand, planning guidelines suggest space between windows at 36 to 49 feet, but the east side of 860 Richmond Street West is, again, 13 to 31 feet from residences. And there are no step-backs, again, that were mentioned in the original application. That takes me to issue number 3, massing and density. Considering that there is no shipping and receiving, considering the traffic congestion at Strawn and Richmond Street West, it just adds to congestion in the neighborhood. I believe this is in contravention of several policies in terms of heights and massing and scale.
Thank you very much. There may be some questions for you. Are there any members with questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor, go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you very much. You just had one more slide to recap about the shipping and receiving the garbage, correct?
Yes, so
Could you tell me about the shipping, receiving, and the garbage?
I would love to. So as you can see right here, this is the front pad. There is someone trying to bring in some catering or some documents. In this image, where that truck is right now, there will be 10 garbage bins. Where the bins are now, there'll be 4 trees, 2 planters, 2 benches, and 6 bicycles, according to the drawing. As you can see here, not only do they park there when they can, when they can't because it's already full, they park in the alleyway. This is the necessary alleyway for 901 and 850 to get to their parking lots. We have a drop box filled with pictures like this that show people stopping, blocking the alleyway from any kind of traffic. They go into the building. They would not even be able to move their cars if an emergency vehicle approached the building to get into the alley and to get into the homes in that area.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our speakers, I believe. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, members of council for questions of staff. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to planning staff, there was a concern about the process that we went through about linking the 2 applications. Do you think your conclusions would have been any different if the 2 properties were treated as separate applications? Your conclusions about either one property or the other property?
Through the chair, no. I think both properties could be combined in the one OPA application. There'll be a separate site plan application for the minor variances and for the site plan control.
So just so we can put some reassurance that the comments that you received with respect to either property were taken into consideration, and in the event that one of these wasn't deemed appropriate for changing in contravention of other OP policies or just too great a change, you would have recommended that one be changed and not the other?
That's correct.
Why haven't setbacks and step-backs, this issue of building face-to-faces, been incorporated into your report on the OPA?
Industrial zoning classifications don't require setbacks from the property line. And I think, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but some of the facing distances that Betty was talking about were more rear yard, from rear yard windows to rear yard windows. Not side yard connection.
This particular application that's in front of Community Council right now, would that have evaluated the zoning bylaw and what building face distances would have been appropriate?
Well, this is for the 5th story. I mean, this will be dealt with at the Committee of Adjustments, but there are no variances to side yard setbacks.
So that leads me to this other question, that they're not seeking relief from the OPA policies that were listed. Policy 3.1 on glazing, policy 3.123 on limiting light. They're not seeking variances to that. So when the Committee of Adjustment application comes in or the SPA comes forward, planning will have to examine those specifically in their determination on how to move forward on the file, correct?
We will be looking at materials and setbacks and such a thing as we do with all site plan applications.
So what would happen if the city rejected the approval? What do you think would happen? You don't have a crystal ball. What do you think would happen if the city rejected the approval here today and council did the same, and it was appealed? What do you think the results of that appeal would be?
If the OPA, the official plan amendment application, was appealed?
Yes.
I think it would be tough to argue with the zoning permission allowing for an 18-meter height limit, to argue that this project, in consideration with the secondary plan and the objectives, that it was a bad idea. I think it's a good project. I think it would be a tough appeal to win, in my opinion, but I don't have the crystal ball, like you said.
Through you, Madam, or through you, Mr. Chair, If I could just add to that, it would require, if this was rejected by City Council, it would require City Council to hire outside planners to represent the city at the LPAT. So that, it is our opinion this is a good project. So as city planning staff, but it would require an outside planner, which would mean the applicant could then subpoena city planning staff to speak in favor of the application if they wished.
The just on the use, because I've often let developers have it for kind of picking the policies that are most generous to their application. Is the use as they've proposed permitted in the building, in the zone? And in an industrial use in the zone?
Yes, in the industrial classification, this use is permitted.
And what's the use again, if you could remind me?
Creative technologies, creative industry technologies.
Pretty broad.
Somewhat like office.
Somewhat like office, but not office, an industrial use. So by putting forward an as of right, proposal in that size, they would be, like, you don't think that there's a problem with that?
No, there's no issue with the use.
So if I could, with one more question, ask what were the permissions at 850 prior to it being built? Because I remember being around for it, and it was approved, and it had a similar designation. How was it approved that we would have let sort of midway through the property allow windows facing an adjacent property that we know could never meet a setback?
Do you want to take that one?
I was around for that. I know you were around for that one, Linda. I can't recall how it was that they argued that that was a good thing, the developer at the time.
So my colleague, and I don't recall, Mr. Hatcher was not part of that approval.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I was around as the manager. I don't recall the exact floor plans, but I suspect that the argument was that the units had principal windows that would then provide them overlook to the front and the rear of the unit. We also had an existing industrial building which wasn't going anywhere, so we weren't looking for the new townhouse development to sort of compensate for the fact that the industrial building was sitting on its property line effectively. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't be asking the new building to then provide additional setbacks to compensate for its neighbor.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, over to you, Councillor Layton.
I have a motion.
Welcome back, Chair.
I'm here, sir.
If the clerk would be so kind as to put up thank you, Lords. I have a motion on the item. And that's to request that the Acting Director, Community Planning, Toronto and East York, to consider through the Site Plan Control Process and Committee of Adjustment process, built form transition measurements in the form of additional step backs to the upper floors along the east elevation, along with a review of material choices for the proposed additional floors to mitigate potential concerns of privacy, light intrusion, and overlook from the residents of the building located at 850 Richmond Street West and the rear yards of the properties on the west side of Strawn Avenue. B, that landscape treatment to screen the garbage and recycling bins along Richmond Street frontage, to review the location of the bicycle parking. 2, that City Council requests the Acting Director, Community Planning, to, I can't read the motion because Councillor Perks' head is in front of it. Thank you. Sites with to review the industrial zone sites within Area 2 of Garrison Common North secondary area bound by Queen West, King, Niagara, and Strawn, and consider updates as required to the zoning bylaw to reflect the changes in adjacent land uses in built form. And 3, that City Council requests the General Manager, Transportation Services, to conduct an on-street to consider an on-street loading zone in front of 860, 862 Richmond Street West. This is not the favorite part of my job. This is possibly the most difficult part of the job, because 2 things I think are going on in my mind. One, and it's quite clear here, that the neighbors don't like it. The neighbors don't like the change. and they don't like what's being applied for and how city policy is being interpreted in this case. Two is that there are inconsistencies in our zoning bylaw and our official plan policies. Where in the case of a new residential building, there would be requirements for step backs on all sides, and there would be some building face to building face relief that would go on. That's not the case in this particular circumstance. That's why I've put in the recommendation number 2, and that's because we still have other orphaned industrial sites in the neighborhood, like 850 was 5 years ago when it was in front of us, or 6.5, 7 years ago when it was in front of us. We need them to take into account the neighboring properties and land uses that have grown up around them more seriously. Our policies now don't do that. On the issue of the approval process, at the point in time when staff came to me and said, you know what, there are two very similar requests happening in close proximity to one another. We feel we should put them together in order for us to run concurrent meetings so that the reports come in at the same time, and that would help move things along for us. I didn't object. I thought that seemed quite reasonable given the amount of report requests that are on our agenda and just the length of time it takes to get a response from planning, which is often well beyond the cutoff date for an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board. I don't know how long this has been in front of us, but it's been at least a year at this point, so we're well past that point already. I'll grant you that. I agree, and I think the community will agree, the applicants will agree, and maybe even Greg and planning will now agree that was probably a mistake, and that perhaps we should have run those two processes concurrently, and even if we hosted one meeting for them and had one right after the other and just had two reports, they could have been almost identical, that maybe that would have addressed some of the concerns that the community felt. At least I certainly have seen that and learned from that. But I don't feel that putting them together resulted in a different result than we would have gotten if they were that way, which is why I don't have a motion here to pull them apart. And though I'm not entirely sure how I would do that, I don't have that motion prepared because I don't think the result would be any different. I also, with a positive staff report, with examples in the immediate neighborhood of industrial areas going through an OP, at least at the Ontario Municipal Board, and getting approval for a 5th story, I don't think it would be much of a case to deny it at this stage. I think we heard quite clearly with an outside planner going up against our own professional planners, I think that that's a losing endeavor, and I don't think it's one that the city's ready to take on. At the same time, I don't think we're done yet. I don't think the planning department's done. I certainly don't think the residents are done, and I'm not done trying to effect change to this project that will result in a better project at the end of the day. We will still have a committee of adjustment application coming forward that will take into account the other official plan policies that were listed, that will take into account the sensitivities of the local context along in the neighborhood, and then a site plan application that will give us an opportunity to fine-tune what comes out of the Committee of Adjustment. I have some belief that through those two processes and through a developer wanting to move forward at a reasonable pace, I think that we can probably create a set of circumstances that result in some changes to the building. It wasn't said earlier, but it was said earlier that the 18 meters was allowed in the existing zoning bylaw for this use. What wasn't said was that there was a possibility within the existing zoning and official plan for them to build a 4-story building with a mezzanine to that height. Now that would involve not as large a density. And that would involve some internal changes that would have taken some floor space away, but the height could have been there at the 18 stories without an application here and perhaps without an application to the Committee of Adjustment, depending on what the density number is. So it's with my hope that this, moving forward, we can focus on some of the actual things that we will be able to affect change on through the site plan application and the Committee of Adjustment. Nobody's happy at this stage. The residents aren't happy. Neither developer's happy because they're linked to the other one. And I'm certainly, this has not been an easy file for the neighborhoods and the local councillor's office. Hopefully we can change that. I wanted to, though, that throughout this, the residents have been very patient and very actively trying to engage in a constructive way with the developer. I think you saw their position put forward today, but trust me when I say that at negotiations with the developer, they have been very flexible and been open to looking at what changes could be made to address their concerns and not just saying no. And that is very helpful, I think, in that negotiation, and I do encourage them to continue. So thank you.
Okay. Before I take questions of the mover, I just want to draw to everyone's attention that in the original wording of 1A, the last line, there was an error and it said the west side of Strawn, and it's been corrected to say the east. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Seeing none, we'll take the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Councillor Perks, for your assistance. We are moving right along. TE 33.8, 502 Adelaide Street West and 119 to 123 Portland Street, zoning amendment application, final report. We have 3 registered speakers. I'd like to call Max Allen to the front of the room, followed by Dermot Sweeney and Bruce Hall. Max, welcome back.
Good afternoon. I'm Max Allen. I'm the Vice President of Planning and Development for the Grange Community Association. This is the first of 3 comments today by the association about Ward 20 development matters. In collaboration with the Garment District Neighborhood Association, we have studied the application in detail. We attended the public consultations and we met directly with the architects. Our primary concern, as usual, is city building and the way the proposed building interacts with the public at grade. This seems to have been dealt with cautiously and satisfactorily with regard to loading and servicing, although we have one easy change to suggest with regard to parking. In a word, it's this. The city, as policy, should set a maximum amount of parking rather than a minimum. This is an unusual move, allowing the proponent to build only the parking they can sell, but in effect it aligns with all the relevant provincial policy documents and with the city's aim to encourage active transportation. The location of this proposal between King and Adelaide makes it ideal for what we're suggesting, given first the rise of location-flexible car sharing, second, the impending revolution in autonomous cars that go away, in other words, they don't stay around where their residents live, and third, the forward-looking transit experiment on King Street. Now, about the parking rates. We suggest as a general policy that in most places, this proposition be tested. A proposed multi-residential building have a maximum of, say, 50% of the currently required parking. The way it works now, as you know, is that the city requires a minimum amount of parking. You have to have never what's actually required by the statutes, but you have to have some minimum amount of parking. We have argued at 170 Spadina, for example, that that's backwards, especially in the present context, and there should be a maximum amount of parking allowed. How that's worked out I think will be thought about by a lot of people over the next year. For today, I think, given discussions with the architects, with the developer, and with my counselor, for today, I think this is too much to ask, and all things considered, we approve the proposal that's before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, I'd like to call Dermot Sweeney. You don't look like Dermot Sweeney.
Not as good looking. My name is Bruce Hall, and Dermot and I were going to speak together, and unfortunately Dermot had to leave. I'm going to be very brief today. Your time is at a premium, so you have a very comprehensive staff report in front of you, very well reasoned, and all I'm going to say is we concur with the findings and opinions and recommendations of that report. And the second thing I'd like to say today is to thank staff and Councillor Cressy and the neighborhood associations that have worked collectively with our team, and particularly Sweeney Architects, to make adjustments to this project to make it a better project. We've made adjustments to the height to bring it down a little bit to make it conform with the direction of the approach in the west precinct of the King Spadina district. We've changed some massing to make it better relate to the surrounding context and character. We've increased, so there's quite a significant number of family-size units, and we hear that pretty much with every application, that's a very important thing, particularly within this neighborhood. We've increased the amount of amenity space, and we've dealt with some of the technical considerations like loading. So I came here today basically and requested a deputation if there were any questions that arose from either members of council or the public. And bearing that, we concur with the recommendations of staff and look forward after 2 years, almost 2 years to the anniversary of the date of our application, to see this move forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. I don't believe there are any other speakers for this matter. All those with questions for staff, please indicate. Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you. And I can begin, first of all, by moving staff recommendations along with an amendment, which is to include a construction management plan. As this mid-rise does not quite qualify for a Section 37 in this district, which is normally where we would put the construction management plan, we're doing it as an amendment, and I've spoken with the applicant about this, and they're comfortable with it. I'll just say very briefly that this is a very good mid-rise site, which conforms with our planning principles and has been made better through an extensive process and engagement with the local neighborhood, as well as with our staff. When we talked about a good percentage of family-sized units, 76% of the units are 2 and 3 bedrooms in King Spadina. The height is appropriate, the setbacks are appropriate, the fact that there's sidewalk widening on Adelaide and Portland in an area which is at capacity is important. This is a good project, and I just want to commend the applicants for that, for their work on it. And in regard to the question on parking and the parking ratio included here in the 32 spots, that's something that we'll look at. I will just, with that, move the amendment and the staff recommendations and thank everybody who was involved.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All those in favor? Anyone else to speak? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. T 33.9, Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Plan Study, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment. Final report. We have one registered speaker, Bob Kennedy. Welcome. Nice to see you, Bob.
Thank you.
Your clock is on your left-hand side. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors and staff. My name is Bob Kennedy, and I've lived in the atrium right on the corner of Bathurst and Queens Quay for the past 13 years. Although I was part of the Bathurst Quay Neighbourhood Association board during much of this study process, my term is complete, and I'm speaking now just for myself. The plan as a whole is worth supporting, despite putting off the hard decisions about Marina Quay and silos and despite ignoring two of the neighborhood's principal issues. On the positive side, it incorporates long pre-existing plans to complete a Portland wave deck and the promenade along the Western Channel. It points to moving airport parking underground and to building a neighborhood aquatic center, and it commits to concrete measures to finally encourage airport passengers to use the new LRT. On the other hand, despite these being within the study area, it ignores the dangerous anomaly which is Fleet Street, as well as the perpetual nuisance of airport noise. Fleet Street simply continues to privilege the convenience of commuters from the west over the safety of pedestrians, particularly the elderly, for whom the crossing of Lakeshore and Fleet is a daily, life-threatening ordeal. And if ever there were a need and an opportunity to propose something truly innovative, combining art and science, it is along the northern edge of the airport, being the southern wall of the Western Channel. My own proposals called it the Far Shore. About this, the plan is silent. Also, Marina Quay needs remediation right now. Its current condition of crumbling, naked asphalt is a waterfront embarrassment. And finally, the idea of a bridge over Portland Slip has not been thought through at all. My focus, however, is on the silos. My main point is this: there are two, and they are different. One is very much worth preserving, and the other is simply in the way. One is a gem of architectural and industrial history. The other is like a cheap addition tacked onto the back of the heritage building. The southern set, completed in 1929, is an industrial monument. The northern set, completed in 1944, is a barrier. Bylaw 32/2011, enacted by Council in December of 2010, designates the entire Canada Malting complex as being of heritage value. It convincingly makes a case that applies to the 1929 structure and then lamely extends it to the 1944 structure. Whereas the 1929 structure is visibly a collection of monumental cylinders, the 1944 structure is a flat, 20,000 square foot concrete wall. For much of the year, at dawn and through the early morning, the 1944 structure throws much of Little Norway Park into shadow. In the evening, it throws another vast shadow onto the Marina Quay and the Music Garden. The 1929 structure, in contrast, shades only open water and the passenger terminal. It requires overcoming considerable cognitive dissonance to endorse Waterfront Toronto's first principle, increasing access to the water, while claiming that a 20,000 square foot concrete wall, 125 feet high and almost as long, 20 feet from the water's edge, is not a barrier. The 1929 structure, smaller and at the very entrance to the Western Channel, has more of the character of a grand marker. It is integral to the nature of Ireland Park beside it and a natural anchor to the plaza in association with a repurposed executive building that is contemplated by this plan, not to mention the newest ideas of the Ireland Park Foundation, facilitated by Councillor Cressy. Finally, the amendment before you points to a study to find the best place for the aquatic centre. Save the money. The brilliant Pacto architects who designed the Waterfront Community Centre in the first place anticipated the addition of a swimming pool to the south end. Combining the swimming pool with the school and existing community centre only makes sense, except...
Bob, your time is up. Do you want to give us your final thought?
My final thought is the last paragraph right here. Putting the aquatic center against that wall would create a new building on the waterfront whose very theme is water, which would not see the harbor. And so, in short, the 1929 structure deserves an investment for preservation. The 1944 structure should simply be taken down.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Bob. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, members with questions of staff. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, and just very briefly, so I will be moving the staff report and the staff recommendations. Everybody will recall last June we endorsed the full comprehensive plan. At that point there was a fulsome discussion here. What's in front of us today is the site and area specific policy as an amendment to the OP as is required. But I'll just note very quickly that this plan, as we endorsed it nearly a year ago, was not a plan to sit on a shelf, and in fact it was an iterative one to have immediate actions. And I'm proud to say that the dock wall rehabilitation is underway. The public realm improvements are undergoing their environmental assessment and are fully costed. And at council this month will be a recommendation to, on an immediate basis, conduct a lease with the Ireland Park Foundation for use in the executive building. And so the plan is being implemented. It is not one for the shelf. And with that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, anyone else to speak? No? Okay. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. TE 33.10, 145 to 149 Chaplin Crescent, zoning amendment application. This is a final report. Are there members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there members, city councillors, who have questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Perks. Sorry. Okay. These are Councillor Matlow's items.
Councillor Matlow?
Yeah, he's got his instructions.
So this is item 10?
Correct.
So Councillor Matlow left some instructions for me. He would like to approve this. He has a child care emergency.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. T 33.11, 485 Logan Avenue, zoning amendment application. This is a final report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, I went too quickly. Please come to the front of the room. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak to matters on the agenda, please identify yourself to the clerk, and we will make sure that you're populated on the speakers list. What's that? We are at 10 a.m. items. That's correct. We're not at 10:30 yet. 5:30. Welcome, sir. If you can just identify yourself and make sure that you press the button. The light red means that microphone is on.
Light's red.
Okay, good.
My name is John Butler. For the last 40 years, I've lived at 212 First Avenue, which is a property south of 485 Logan. It's adjacent to the property. I've been debating for weeks whether I would speak today because I've had such mixed feelings about this proposal. In the last, I spoke here actually a year ago or so, and you guys wisely threw out the second proposal the developers had come up with. They since went back to the drawing board. They've revised. We've met with them, I think, 8 times now in the community group. They've come up with a plan that's really good. If it weren't for a little concern I have, I'd say accept it right away. We had a lot of help from Councillor Fletcher and her assistant Susan. It's a great process. The developers were extremely generous in listening to our concerns and making changes. And the city planners were actively involved too in a number of meetings. But I have 2 concerns over how the proposal violates the official plan, especially Amendment 320, which Council passed 2 years ago. This is an amendment that has gone to the OMB. For a while, they suspended it. According to a report here, a supplementary report from one of your groups this morning, it's the Lane Group. It's section, official plan amendment. This is a part of TE 33.3, page 12 of the staff report, and this is after page 122. And what it says is that back on December 13th, 2017, the OMB passed an order partially approving official plan amendment 320 and brought into force new policies 10 and 12. I haven't read these. I don't know what they mean. But it might mean that they're giving back to you the authority that you guys had when you passed the amendment 2 years ago. The amendment set up two things. One, it said that you couldn't make zoning changes for a new infill development. You can't change the zoning. And the second thing it said, and this floored me when I first read it, it says that regardless of the zoning for the property, regardless for what the zoning is for 485 Logan, the infill must conform to the zoning of the adjacent neighborhood. So that means that 485 Logan must conform to the zoning for our two-story historic neighborhood townhouses that adjoin the property. It seems like it's taken away some of their rights, but that's what you guys passed 2 years ago. And thirdly, I'm concerned that you would be setting a precedent for taller buildings. On Gerard Street, which is the major street going to the northwest, there's one building from the Don Valley to Victoria Park that's taller than these 4 stories. On Logan, there's one building, maybe 2. There's an old tower that's from years and years ago, and there's a senior citizen home that's been there for more than 40 years. So there may be 2 buildings on Logan, and there may be 3 on Dundas. They've just put up 2 new buildings at Dundas and Carlaw. But to put in anything more than what they're proposing is violating the whole general, what do I want to say? It's violating the way the structure of the neighborhood has been. It'd be setting a new precedent. So I think, again, on those grounds about your official plan and the precedent, those would make me say that you should reject this proposal. If you aren't going to go by the OMB, it's a great proposal, and you should adopt it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Any questions for Mr. Butler? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Are there any other members here to speak to this item? Any members of the public? Seeing none, I think we can bring this inside. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I believe that Councillor Perks is going to take carriage of it.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, sir, for your deputation and for 8 meetings on this. Thank you for that work. Councillor Fletcher has asked me to just move the staff recommendations on this.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 33.12, 25 Ontario Street and 280 King Street East, application to lift 8 holding provisions H. This is a final report. Any members of the public here to speak to this 1030 item? Seeing none. Any members, any councillors for questions of staff? Don't believe any. I don't see any. Councillors to speak. Councillor Troisi.
I'm going to move approval of staff recommendations.
Okay. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 33.13, 980, 982, 984, 986, and 990 Bloor Street West and 756 Dover Court Road, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications. Request for directions. Members of the public, are you here to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any councillors with questions of staff? I don't believe any. Councillors to speak. This is sitting in Ward 18. Who's taking carriage of that?
I'm not sure if I wasn't given instructions from the local councillor, but I have a pretty good feeling how she's going to go with this. It's adopting staff recommendations.
Okay, so
I don't-
we could certainly,
I'm certainly in favor of adopting staff recommendations on this one. Dovercourt and Bloor?
that's fine. We may have to reopen.
Write it at the
That's not
board?
the councillor's position.
Yep.
Or we can hold it. No, we're voting? Okay, all those in favor?
If she wants it to reopen, I'll
Any
happily
opposed?
reopen it.
That carries, thank you. TE 33.14, 582, 590 King Street West, 471, 473 Adelaide Street West, and 115 Portland Street, zoning amendment request for directions. There are 3 registered speakers. I'd like to welcome Max Allen back to the front of the room. After Max Allen will be Manuel Ladron and Kevin Glover. Welcome back, Max.
Thank you. This one is harder. My remarks here are somewhat different from what we submitted in writing because we have now reviewed the material submitted by the Board of Directors of Fashion House, the adjacent condominium, and posted yesterday on the city's website. The shadow impact on some Fashion House residents is undeniable. Whether it's illegal or even unexpected is another question. Whether it could be ameliorated without a trip to the tribunal seems probable. We have studied this application in detail. We attended the public consultation where we talked with the adjacent residents, and we met twice directly with the developer and KFA architects. In our opinion, this proposal should not go to the tribunal. Servicing this site is challenging, and after a number of iterations, the problems have been largely solved, and the others, such as those raised by transportation, can be solved in site plan negotiations. What remains in the request for direction in front of you focuses on heritage matters. In fact, all 4 staff objections listed as 1A through 1D in the recommendation section of the request for direction, that's on the first page, are about heritage and nothing but heritage. Now, there are other things mentioned in the whole staff report, but the 4 objections that are highlighted at the beginning are all about heritage. In our opinion, this proposal overall admirably respects the history and the heritage of the site. It does so both functionally and visually by spotlighting the old construction on both the exterior and the interior. The new structural system frames and calls attention to the old building, and the use of the former exterior brick wall as an interior wall in the lobby further emphasizes the beauty of the old construction. We agree with the conclusions of Goldsmith Borgel, the heritage consultants. We think the proposal combines the old and the new in a way that will likely be admired 50 years from now. Given the absence of unresolvable planning criticisms to all other aspects of the proposal, we urge you to support what we think is an appropriate modern update. We generally agree with planning and particularly with heritage. The formidable and very skilled Mary McDonald is here, and her team has a different view of this than we do. But we urge you to support what we think is a modern, appropriate update. Sometimes, rarely, our association has to disagree with planning and our counselor, and we regret that this matter, thus, will be decided elsewhere. Thank you.
Max, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for the speaker? Go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
Just a point of clarification, Max. Which residents association are you speaking on behalf of?
I'm speaking on behalf of the Grange Community Association.
Okay.
The Garment District Neighborhood Association, in whose territory this sits, is not here today, but the two of us have spoken about this extensively with each other and with the proponents. So I do not speak for them today. I only speak for the Grange Community Association.
So I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, absolutely.
It is the position of the Grange Community Association, of which this project is not in the Grange boundaries.
That's correct.
That disagrees with planning.
Sure.
Okay.
But the issues, Joe, the issues here are citywide, it seems to me. Sometimes we do overstep our boundaries. We stay within Ward 20, within your ward, but because the issue here, it seems to me, has great application other places, here we are.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Manuel Ladron. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
I'll start your clock when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Ladron, and my partner and I, Kevin and I, we lived in the building adjacent to the proposed building. It's our understanding that the city opposes this project, and we agree with that. And we would like to add to the staff report when it talks about sun, shadow, and wind. If we can add that, I highlighted, if you can see, all the circle, it's our building. So if this project goes the way it's planned, it's basically, it plans to build a concrete wall 8 stories, 6 feet away from our windows, go 8 stories high, and then a small setback, and then 4 stories more. So basically, this is the shadow study submitted by the developer. So in March, we're in dark all day. Then June, we're in dark all day, except by 1 p.m. on June 11. Then we're in dark. Then again, we're in dark in September all the time. And then finally, in December, obviously, we're in dark. Currently, Kevin and I, Councillor Layton was talking about veggies. In our balcony, we plant habaneros and jalapenos. We had 3 crops, very successful past years. So successful that now we're planning to sell pickled jalapenos grown in King West. So if this building, I'm not opposed about office being built, but this way, I think what it will do is leave us living in a cave, because all our windows are facing this development. So it would be 6 feet away, an 8-story concrete wall that we won't have any natural light. So I sat down through the whole building of Lane Suites, and I heard over and over again shadow studies, shadow impact. And my question to you, councilors, is like condo dwellers, we don't have a right to sunlight. We cannot be forgotten and then nobody cares about us. It's just only if you have a 2 million detached house in the annex, then you're hurt. We cannot afford that. So my plea is to defend we're over 400 residents of Fashion House. I know that the condo board sent Joe Cressy a letter and everything. So we urged the city to defend our case at the new OMB and stop the development in the way it is. I talked to Moshe in the last, Moshe is the owner? Yeah. I talked to Moshe in the last community consultation, and I told him, like, why don't you push the because it's 8 stories that is proposed on top of 4 stories. Why don't you move it to King? Because it's more attractive for businesses to be on King. And his answer was like, where it's more economically, aka cheaper, to build on Adelaide and demolish historic 1-floor building. So his argument was it's cheaper to build on Adelaide than to build on King because of the structure of the buildings.
Great. Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to call Kevin Glover.
Oh, well,
Okay, you spoke for him?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's my partner.
Thank you very much, both. Thank you very much for your patience in coming out today. Are there any other members of the public who are here for this matter? And if there are none, then are there members with questions to staff? Councillor Cressy.
Just very briefly to staff. So
It's actually to staff.
to city staff. So the applicant appealed this application, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and staff's recommendation is to oppose the development as it stands at the new tribunal, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with questions for staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. So just very briefly, we worked for a number of years on this application. Unfortunately, the applicant has appealed it in the face of some outstanding concerns and issues. Therefore, the obligation rests with us. Sorry, I'm moving staff recommendations. Therefore, the obligation rests with us to oppose it as is and to defend the city's interests at the new tribunal. My hope would be that the applicant works with us to address the outstanding issues, but until that time, we will move to a legal process in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, there's a motion before us, the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 33.15, North Downtown Young Site and Area Specific Bylaw, Policy Number 382, Official Plan Amendment 183, Request for Directions. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, members with questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak? I will just simply move the recommendations in the staff report and thank everyone for their hard work. We inch forward again. And I could probably give a much longer speech, but I won't, just in the interest of time. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Okay. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 33.16, 324 Cherry Street and 429 Lakeshore Boulevard East, draft plan of subdivision application, request for directions. We have one registered speaker, Jane Pepino, who I don't see in the room.
And if she got to build that whole day sitting here.
Okay. Any other members of the public who are here to speak to this besides Jane Pepino? Seeing none, then I'm just going to bring this right into Community Council. Any members with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving staff recommendations.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T33. Yes.
On a point of order before you go further along, it just occurred to me, Councillor Matlow, as I said, left me with some instructions, and there are 2 items coming up that he wanted to defer. Maybe if I could just make the members of the public aware of that in case anyone's here to make a deputation so they don't hang around all day.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and do that? Would you like to announce the items you want to defer?
Yes, it's 2 items. 33.35, which is a front yard parking pad appeal at 38 Maxwell, and 33.36, 106 Millwood Road. So the intention would be to defer those until next meeting so that he can be here.
So just to clarify, the request from Councillor Matlow is to defer both items, which means that we will not be making a decision on them today. You'll be invited to come back next month, and we'll be
July 4th, I believe. Right?
July 4th,
Evening session.
and we'll be deliberating these matters then.
Okay. So we'll deal with them July 4th?
And Councillor Perks is actually doing you a favor by bumping these items right now, unless you want to wait and then we can hear them, but Councillor Matlow's intention was to defer.
Okay. So yeah, I've got a nod from them.
Okay, so let's, let me just bring everyone's attention. So we are now on item T, 33.35, front yard parking appeal, 38 Maxwell Avenue. The intention is to defer, and Councillor Perks is moving that motion, to defer this item for 1 month and come back in July. All those in favor of the deferral? Any opposed? That carries. The second item to be deferred is TE 33.36, front yard parking appeal, 106 Millwood Road. Councillor Perks is moving the 1 month deferral. Any members who object, let us know. If not, then let's vote on it. Motion to defer for 1 month, come back in July. Okay. And that carries. There's no objections. So let's just jump back and make sure we keep with the order. You guys are doing great. We're still at 10:30 items. Okay, so T 33.17, 245-285 Queen Street East, 348-410 Richmond Street East, 88-106 Ontario Street, and 8-12 Bridgeton Place. Official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and rental housing demolition application. Request for direction. There is one registered speaker, Noah Parker. Are you here? No? Okay. Noah Parker is not here. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to bring this right inside. Members, do you have questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you. I'm going to move to approve staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 33.18, 161 and 167 Parliament Street, 351 and 365, 371 and 373 Queen Street East, and 80, 90, 92 and 94 Power Street. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications. Request for interim directions report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll bring this right into Community Council. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you. Once again, I'm going to move to approve staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Congratulations. We are now at the 11 a.m. items. TE 33.19, alterations to heritage property, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 10 to 20 Widmer Street. We have one registered speaker, Max Allen. This is your third time. Welcome back. You warned us, so we welcome you. Nice to see you again. You didn't stray very far. Okay. When you're ready, go ahead.
I'm Max Allen still. You're still councillors. And we still have a community council, which after the election this week we may not have. Once again, I am the Grange Community Association's representative here. We are north of this. There's a dividing line at Queen Street, but there is no residents association that operates on Widmer Street, and so the Garment District Neighborhood Association and us have been following this proposal very carefully because it too, with respect to heritage, influences and sets precedents for other areas nearer to home. This is the happiest of my three presentations today. Our primary concern, as usual, has been with the way any proposed building interacts with the public at grade. And from the beginning, the row houses at 10 to 20 Widmer have presented quite a challenge. 6 remain of the original 10, And they are not just fairly well-preserved elderly buildings. They truly are historically significant, being the oldest of their kind in Kings Spadina. It would be usual as a planning matter to require that they somehow be used commercially, preferably, as you know, with retail at grade to enliven the street. But in this case, OADA accessibility turns out to be an unsolvable problem. I don't know whether there's pictures of these houses in front of you, but as usual, their first floor is half a story above grade, and they have relatively steep stairs going up to them, which cannot, in this case, be made reasonable as retail facilities. So there's a residential solution here, preserving the front steps and the general appearance of these old houses, and melding the backs of the buildings into the new tower. And this solution, we submit, is sensible and elegant. We are thrilled, is not too strong a word, that this solution has been agreed to by Heritage and urban design staff and the builder. And it means that this development proposal will not find itself in an expensive, grueling battle at the LPAT. As usual, we think there's too much parking for present needs and certainly for the future, but given the overall success of the architectural design and the resolution of the heritage matters, we are content with the result and we congratulate everybody involved. Thank you. I told you it was happy.
Great. Thank you very much, Max, for that happy deputation. We appreciate that. Are there any other members of the public here for this item? Seeing none, members with questions of staff? Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
So twofold. First, I'll adopt the recommendations from the Preservation Board as well as moving amendments. These amendments relate to some final items negotiated with staff, as our deputant articulated, as well as ensuring that the current appeal to the existing HCD is dropped. With those, I'm happy to move the amendments from the Pres Board, or the recs from the Pres Board in these amendments, and thank you to all involved.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, motion is before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T33.20, authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 156 Front Street West. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, members, do any of you have questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor of the staff recs? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T33.21, Historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District. Request for directions. Any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, members with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. I will simply move the recommendations in the staff report. It's another chapter of the Heritage District for Yonge Street. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Okay. T33.22, request for an extension of operating hours of the Boulevard Cafe permit located at 511 Bloor Street West, Borden Street flankage. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there members with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I'm going to move to approve with, I have an amendment with the following conditions. Just want to make sure, item E, yes, it says 2019, that's right. So I'll move to approve with the following conditions on the screen.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the screen? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T33.23, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 60 Cecil Street. Members of the public, anyone here for this item? Seeing none, are there any councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move an amendment which is to approve with the following conditions. And with that, I can move this forward.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion before you? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 33.24, refusal of a boulevard marketing permit application located at 541 St. Clair Avenue West. There is one registered speaker, Joseph Chow. Are you here? Welcome, Joseph. Please take a seat at the front of the room. There's a button in front of the microphone. Press that button. The light goes red. Your microphone is on. Your clock is on your left-hand side, and you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Chair, if I could just say, if there's anybody here for item TE 33.31, that's the application to injure a private tree at 179 Spadina, if you could indicate yourselves to me. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Joseph, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Chow. I'm representing the business owner at 541 St. Clair Avenue West. And actually, I am also the person who originally submitted the application on her behalf. And as you can see, Appendix 1 is the original site plan that was submitted, which is, and we are asking for a merchandise marketing display area, which is about 3.2 meter by 0.79 meter, which is having an area of 2.56 square meter, which is sold hatched area on the right-hand side of the storefront. And if you measure the distance between the marketing area to the curb, is 2.13 meter, which meet with the requirement. But on the other side, if you measure the distance between the traffic light post to the storefronts, it's only 2.08. But because of the location of the traffic light post, but the difference is very small, you're talking about 6 inches. And the measurement measured diagonally between the marketing area and the traffic light post is 3.84 meter. And we believe that would have enough space for the pedestrian to move around, to go across. But after we submitted the application, an inspection was done on January the 15th. Unfortunately, I guess the owner went a little bit overboard and displayed too much merchandise in front of her store, which you can see in Appendix 2, page 2 of 2. But I guess because of this reason, the municipal of licensing decided the width of the path for pedestrian is only 1.3 meter. But that was not our original intention. So I guess the owner has rectified the problem. And what I'm asking is the council to consider the application based on the original submission instead of, instead of the 1.3 meter of the pedestrian path. I draw up a little plan.
Can you turn it facing yourself, facing up? So
oh, okay.
Turn it so it looks at you, so just like you're reading it, and so we can see it.
That way?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Push up a little. Yeah, the green area is the marketing area we're asking for. So the rest is just the passageway. So I think that should be enough space for the pedestrian, and it also meets with the requirement, the 2.1 3 meters, which is about 7 feet. So basically, I'm just asking the council to consider the application based on this information and grant us an approval.
Great. Thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, councillors, any of you have questions of staff? Councillors to speak? Councillor Mihevc? This is in Ward 21. No, you're free to go.
Oh, okay.
The councillor is going to, we're going to come back to it for the councillor. While that's happening.
So would the decision made today or what?
Yes. Yes, the decision will be made as soon as the councillor is ready. T33.25, request for an extension of operating hours of the Boulevard Cafe permit located on the commercial frontage of 1044 Gerard Street East and on the Gulf Average flankage. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? I do not see any. Are there any councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Fletcher.
Move the staff recommendation.
Okay. Report is before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T33.26, residential demolition application 231 Dundas Street East. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Councillors, anyone with questions of staff? Seeing none, I would like to, councillors to speak. I will simply move these alternative recommendations. And if I can ask the clerk to put that on the screen. And then we would be approving the demolition of the semi-detached property. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. T33.27, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447-24 Cedar Avenue. There is one registered speaker, Thomas Creen. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Madam Chair, I'm deferring this, so there's no speakers.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to defer.
If there's no
That's
other
my
members
first
of the
and only
public.
thing.
Okay, Councillor McMahon would like to defer this for
Defer
one.
to next cycle because I want to work together with the neighbors. We're not at a good space right now, and we'll work together so that it won't take up a lot of time in July.
Okay.
Let me work my magic.
That sounds very good, and there is that mediation process that's coming in. All those in favor of the 1-month deferral? Any opposed? Carried. TE 33.28, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, address is 51 Don Valley Drive. We have a registered speaker, Joanna Sabo.
So actually, sorry, Madam Speaker, the applicant has had to leave. I've spoken with them because they couldn't wait any longer because they had to go to work. So they've asked for a deferral again. Unfortunately, this has several times been deferred because of late running items that go well past their set time. So
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. There's a deferral motion on the screen. All those in favor, 1-month deferral. Any opposed? That carries. Councillors, I'm going to suggest that you folks book off 2 days for the next community council meeting, is my hunch. TE 33.29, application to remove a private tree, 164 Westwood Avenue. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff from councillors? Seeing none, councillors to speak. Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'll be moving a deferral. The applicant has already actually emailed me saying he couldn't be here today due to other commitments at work. So July 4th.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
definitely book off 2 days for the next community council meeting. T 33.30, application to remove a private tree, 56 Badgerow Avenue. We have one registered speaker, Daniel Shear. Daniel, are you still here, or do we tire you out? Okay, we don't have a speaker. Anyone else here to speak? Seeing none. Councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation and thank Mr. Pickett for coming out and looking at the tree with me and satisfying that it was not in shape that it could be taken down.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor, recommendation before us? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 33.31, application to injure a private tree, 179 Spadina Road. We have 2 registered speakers, Trevor Whiteside, Hayes Chen.
They've indicated they don't need to speak.
Anyone else here to speak? Seeing none. Councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors with to speak. Councillor Cressy.
And I will be moving the staff recommendations to permit the injuring of this tree.
I was very happy it wasn't deferral. Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 33.32, front yard parking appeal, 26 St. Anne's Road. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Nope. Councillors to speak. Councillor Bailão, go ahead.
I would move to grant the exemption, and the reason why this is here, as you know, I do have a pilot project, and this was, it's coming to an end, and this was somebody that used to have a garage, but because it doesn't have a garage. So if she had the garage, it wouldn't be here because she wouldn't need to be, it wouldn't be considered a front yard parking. But because she doesn't have the garage anymore, all of a sudden starts to be considering a front yard parking, because before it used to be the driveway to the garage. And so that's why it's here. So I ask for your support to harmonize this. She's been parking there for a long time, and again, she'll be required to provide soft landscaping and all of that. So I ask for your support on this one.
All those in favor? Do we need to count? All those in favor?
Lucy.
1, 2, 3,
Joe.
4, 5.
Joe.
6, 7, 8 in favor. Any opposed? 1 opposed. Is that a hand? 1 opposed. Okay, that carries. Thank you.
As the deputy is here, and my tardiness.
Can you give us, are we heading back to?
No, no.
Number 24?
No, 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 no. Don't bother.
What? Hold on, hang on tight. Councillor Mihevc, are you ready to deal with on number 24?
Yes, and I'll just move that the application for the proposed boulevard marketing permit located at 541 St. Clair be approved. Right? So amended to say approved rather than denied.
Okay. All those in favor?
Okay.
I believe, sorry, maybe a question of the mover then. Just to clarify the pedestrian right-of-way, by the time we approve this marketing space, what's the sidewalk width?
There will be one pinch point. There's a post of a sign that will be.
I guess my question is, do we have 2.1 meter clearway all the way through?
Continuously, staff would, I think, say no. There is one post that is about, it's not the hydro pole, it's a pole for the evening bus service that is about yay big, that is in the way. Perhaps that can be moved, I don't know, I can certainly work on that with the TTC. It's a TTC post, it's not a utility post.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Any other councillors with questions of the mover? Seeing none. Okay, so the motion before us is to amend and approve. All those in favor to approve the application, please indicate your support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. That carries.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh, sorry, and item as amended, please. All those in favor? 1, 2. You want to, for those who voted in favor, you want to put your hands right back up so we can have the same vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then those opposed? That's still 3. Okay. It still carries. Thank you. Okay. Yes, we are on item number T33.33, front yard parking appeal, 83 Campbell Avenue. Are there any members of the public here to speak? Seeing none. Councillors, anyone with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. I would again ask to be granted. This had over 90% of support from the neighbors. It's a grandfather again of something that already exists. Soft landscaping is being done. In the private area, all the landscaper requirements are fulfilled. The only part, and that's why it's here in front of us, is because on the public side, the 75% this person doesn't meet, and they don't have enough space, so the soft landscaping will be 56%. But there is a curb cut, again, and we're just legalizing a parking spot that has been there for many, many years.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Hang on tight. Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendation to deny.
Okay. We will deal with Councillor Bailão's motion first. All those in favor to approve the front yard parking, please indicate your support. 1, 2, just to put, let's just, everyone please pay attention, we're almost there. Councillors to approve the front yard parking at 83 Campbell, please indicate your support. 1, 2, 2. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That does not carry. That does not carry. Councillor Perks has a motion. It probably wouldn't have made a difference. It's 2 to 7. It's 2 to 7. Yeah. With your vote, it'd be 3 to 7. You can vote on this one. You can vote against his then. Okay. Councillor Perks has moved the staff recommendations to deny the front yard parking. All those in favor, please indicate your hand. Support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And opposed? 1, 2. Okay, that carries. Application is denied. T33.34, front yard parking appeal, 72 Coal Mine Road. Any members of the public here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Councillors, anyone with questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Bailão.
This is the same issue exactly as the last one.
And so you're moving the same motion. Okay. Okay, hang on. Okay, yep. So Councillor Bailão has her motion on the screen to grant the front yard park appeal. Councillor Perks, go ahead to speak.
Move the staff recommendation to deny.
Okay, thank you. We'll vote on Councillor Bailão's motion first. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was in support.
You were in support? I think I counted you as a 3. Oh, sorry, it's a 4. Yeah, okay. I know, but I still need to go through the motion. All those in, sorry, that does not carry. Councillor Perks has the staff recommendations on the floor. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That does carry. Thank you very much. We are now at T33.37, front yard parking appeal, 299 Mortimer Avenue. We do have a registered speaker, Adrian Williams. Welcome.
Thank you for being patient.
Okay, you have 5 minutes when you're ready. The clock is on your left-hand side.
Adrian, your mic's not on.
It's not on?
If the light is on, then your microphone is on.
Light's on.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect.
Just lean in a bit.
Good evening, councillors. So I'm presently the owner of 299 Mortimer, and I have applied for a front yard parking. I've met all the conditions with the exception of the proposed parking pad that's adjacent to the mutual driveway. I know one of your concerns are pretty much the runoff water, which I have amended over the years by incorporating a French drain, which is pretty much all the water from the roofing pretty much goes directly into the soil. I've also incorporated a tree and soft landscaping that fits all the requirements. We also plan on using permeable material as part of the requirement to build a parking pad. And due to the fact that there is limited, limited parking in the area, it's right now at a 1,111 capacity, over capacity right now in the area with respect to permit parking. That is about it. I'm tired, sorry.
You all may be a little bit tired, but thank you very much for your deputation. There is a question for you from Councillor Fragedakis. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so there are no questions. Are there
Matlow
questions?
isn't here. I don't know if...
Councillor Perks is taking care of his items.
Yeah. Pardon me?
We already did his items.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry about that. My apologies.
No,
No,
this is Mortimer.
Councillors, if I can bring your attention, I read out that this is item 37. We've already dealt with 33 and 36. Thank you. Are there any, so let's just clarify, are there any questions for our deputant here? Thank you very much. Seeing none. Questions of staff? I'm seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Fragedakis.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be moving the alternate recommendations. The gentleman lives on Mortimer Avenue, which is a bus route. There is no parking overnight on Mortimer Avenue. He lives in an area that's permit area 8F. 8F is waitlisted. It's at 111%. He can't get a permit to park in the area. Unfortunately, we don't live in a society where you drive home, fold your car in your put it in your pocket and go inside. You actually have to do something with your car. He can't do anything with his car. Please be reasonable and support the alternate recommendations. I appreciate that there are people who are opposed to front yard parking pads, but we have people and they have no options. He has no options.
Okay. Sure, of course.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Layton.
And I'm just, because it appears that there's a driveway, but I'm wondering if there's a garage in the driveway or not. Like in this, like I agree that it does seem like this is one of those instances for me when I have considered supporting when 99.9% otherwise I object. But is there, maybe I can ask staff if it's easier just to, is there a driveway? Is the driveway next to it associated with this property or the neighbors?
Mutual driveway is existent, but the vehicle cannot fit down due to the width of the vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The question is not for you. The question is for staff.
There is a mutual driveway, but the width of the driveway was 2.17, and it's too narrow to get through to the back.
So what's an acceptable width?
2.2 or greater. That deems them reasonable to get through to the back.
Okay, folks, just ask the question of staff. If you want clarification, ask the question of staff. Councillor Davis, question of staff.
It says that unless, we're on 37, correct?
Correct.
It's the location of the driveway is not adjacent to the mutual driveway. So it seems to me, if you put it somewhere different, then he would be in compliance. Is that the case?
Councillor Fragedakis, the question is not for you, unfortunately. The question is for staff.
Can you repeat the question?
The reason he's not in compliance is because it is not adjacent to a mutual driveway. I haven't actually heard of that provision before.
Yeah, normally if you have a mutual driveway, you have to have the parking pad beside the mutual driveway. But in this case, there were steps and porch, and it precludes the construction of the parking pad.
So that is in Chapter 918?
Yes.
That it must be beside a mutual driveway?
Yes.
Is this considered a driveway widening then?
Correct. But now it's all amalgamated. It's considered front yard parking, even though it's called driveway widening in the past.
So this would then eliminate this would eliminate a parking spot on the street.
There is no parking on the street.
This is a no parking anytime.
It's, I believe it's a 3-hour limit.
So there is still parking.
At night, I believe at night, it's a 3-hour limit.
So but it will eliminate an on-street parking spot for the 3-hour bylaw, is that right?
The question was for staff.
There is no permit parking on-street parking on the street. I'm not sure if it will it shows that it's, we did not evaluate the 3-hour limit because there's no on-street permit parking.
Right, but there is regular parking, and this would eliminate a regular parking spot?
That was not taken into consideration, so I don't know. We only review on-street parking.
Right, so when we asked for you to examine whether or not a curb cut is going to eliminate parking, you only consider whether it eliminates permit parking?
Correct.
Does it?
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I'm just having, we learned something new. Sorry, I can't see through Councillor Perks, and I'd like to see who I'm talking with. Thank you so much. I understand that the area is oversubscribed, but this isn't in the area. This is not under permit parking. I can't understand that. What permit parking area is this?
Permit parking 8F.
8F.
But it's an area base. If they live in a certain area, they can get permit parking, but it's oversubscribed, so they can't get a permit.
Parking everywhere.
Avenue, Janet, anyways.
This is not how it works, folks. I will remind you that the questions of staff are coming directly from Councillor Fletcher to staff. So can I?
Okay.
Mary.
Councillors, do we need a 5-minute recess, 10-minute recess, or a 15-minute recess?
Treat your friend and colleague that way.
Are there any other councillors with questions of staff?
Yes, I'm trying to determine that 8F, does 8F extend north of Mortimer? Where does 8F end?
Eight F is between Woody Crest and Dewhurst.
And the northern boundary?
That is the boundary. There's no northern boundary.
So it doesn't, isn't the, I don't know how
It's
close
just
it is to.
from Woody Crest to,
This is very confusing because it's not permit parking, but it's in a permit parking area.
correct.
Is there permit parking on the other side of Mortimer? North of Mortimer?
North, no.
So it's not in near any permit parking area?
No.
Could you have permit parking on Mortimer?
No, there's no permit parking on Mortimer.
Could you have it overnight?
It's only 3-hour limit. So after 3 hours, they can be tagged.
But there could be a permit parking system on Mortimer.
Well, it has to be implemented by on-street parking.
I don't know if we're doing that. So I think we should wait and find out if we're doing that.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor McMahon, I'm going to ask that you direct your questions to staff.
Right, that's right. That's
Okay, but then you can speak in about 5 minutes. Anyone else? Any councillors who have questions of staff? And we'll move on to the speakers. Councillor Fragedakis, questions of staff.
So to the point about permit parking overnight on bus routes, is that part of the consultation that we will be going in that direction to allow overnight parking on bus routes?
That I don't know. That's an on-street issue. I don't deal with on-street permit parking.
Right, but the reason that he can't, this gentleman cannot, the applicant cannot get a permit to park on his street is, first of all, he couldn't park on Mortimer anyways because there's no overnight parking on bus routes.
Correct.
And there's also, if there could, perhaps you could tell me if you know of any exclusion times on Mortimer that they're not allowed to park at all during rush hour, perhaps.
I would have to defer to traffic ops for comment.
Which is
through the chair, I'm not familiar with this specific geographic area as it relates to permit parking, but I'm pretty sure there is permit parking in other areas where there are bus routes. Like High Park Avenue has a bus route and it has permit parking.
Ossington.
Yeah.
So Councillor Fragedakis, do you have a follow-up question for staff?
Nope.
Okay, I recognize that many of you will want to speak, so I'm going to start a speaking list. Right, so everybody wants to speak. Councillor Perks to speak.
I'll move the staff recommendation to deny.
Okay. Anyone else to speak? Any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak? You all wanted to speak? Nobody wants to speak now? Okay. Councillor Fragedakis, I want to just vary the order because I want to give her another opportunity. I think we thought we were closing the item, but everybody started asking questions. So, Councillor Fragedakis, do you want to go and provide some more additional remarks?
My comments are that we have no options for this gentleman. He has no other options, so I'm asking for support. I'm a little confused at my colleague, Councillor Davis's questions, but that's fine. You know, I can be confused. I'll sit in my confusion here in my seat. So I ask for your support.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Davis.
I apologize for blurting out, this is the reason we need permit parking everywhere. However, this is exactly the reason why we need permit parking everywhere in East York. We need permit parking north of Mortimer. We need permit parking on all the streets in East York that don't currently have it to prevent front yard parking pads, because so many of them can come in and say, we don't have access to parking. So I would be inclined to defer this until January 2019, when there may be more permit parking on the side streets, or on Mortimer. I'm not sure it's appropriate for Mortimer, and that is a discussion for another day, but this is going to take away parking on Mortimer. Whether or not it's overnight, it is going to require another curb cut. And there are so many streets in East York, you don't even recognize them as streets. They look like parking lots. Curb cut, curb cut, curb cut, curb cut, right along all the streets where there was no permit parking allowed, where front yard permit parking was allowed. And you know what is also the corollary to that? No trees. No trees across the border into East York. We have got to figure out a way to stop front yard parking pads, reduce hard surfaces, green our front yards, and plant more trees. So I would move deferring this until the report on front yard parking pads come back in the first quarter of 2019. I'm going to move that.
Okay. Okay. She did speak to it. It just wasn't written down. I will accept that as a motion to defer to January 2019. I know you're scribbling away, but I think that was a fairly straightforward deferral. Okay, so anyone else who would like to speak to this matter? Anybody else with new motions? 30 seconds. You can have 5 minutes if you like.
So I'll be very brief. The absence of permit parking is not a reason to allow parking pads. Lots of streets that are also bus routes have permit parking, Ossington and DuPont and Davenport and others. And so I can't support that as the rationale for not, for allowing parking pads.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? So there are technically 3 motions before us. We're going to vote on them in this order, I guess. The deferral motion would go first.
And the motion is to defer the item until January 2019. And Councillor Davis is writing that down. If that fails, then we're going to vote on Councillor Fragedakis' motion to approve the front yard parking. And if that fails, we vote on Councillor Perks' motion to deny. I'm just repeating it because I know that it might seem confusing. I want to make sure you know what's going on, and everybody else.
Qualifier, or until such time as the report on permit parking comes forward. It may not be January.
Okay.
Could I ask a question of the mover or question of staff about that motion, because it wasn't there?
Hang on tight, because we are now going backwards in time and going backwards in the process. So let's get a little bit of clarification, because I think that Councillor McMahon would like. Councillor McMahon, we're just going to deviate. Ask your question of staff, please.
Okay, and I just would like to know when the permit parking item for the rest of the TUICC wards is coming forward. Is it coming forward in July? Please.
No, through you, Madam Chair, that report will be coming forward in the first quarter of 2019.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so then I would just comment that normally, if I'm allowed to speak.
Go ahead.
Normally I would support parking pad application, but I as a survivor of permit parking implementation in my ward, I think that needs to be considered and implemented. So good luck next term without me.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We will miss you. Motion on the floor to defer this matter to 2019 January, or when the report comes back. Oh, you have it.
Well, it really should be one or the other, you know? Because then to track the item, like then I'd be bringing it back in January, and then the onus is on the checking with them to see when the report is complete. It would be better to just
So, Councillor Davis, the recommendation is to remove...
I'm fine to remove the date and until after the permit parking report has been considered by Toronto and East York District.
And can I ask the clerk just to read it so we can have it very clearly noted on the floor before everyone votes?
So it would be that the Toronto and East York Community Council defer consideration of the item until such time that the on-street permit parking report is considered. Now, sorry, is that in the past tense? Has already been considered?
No, it's coming. There's a report that's coming.
Well, that would be then being brought forward to Toronto and East York Community Council. Right.
Okay. Okay. I think that motion is pretty self-explanatory now. There's no more questions. So we vote on the deferral first. All those in favor of the deferral, please indicate your support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then all those opposed, 1, 2, 3, 4. That loses. That carries. Thank you. So the item is deferred, and the other ones are redundant. TE 33.38, front yard parking appeal, 223 Hamilton Street. Are there members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, are there questions of staff from councillors? Seeing none, councillors to speak. This is in Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher is gone. Okay, she might come back. So why don't I hold this down? Does she have a motion? Yeah, let's hold it down because we do have a little bit of time. I think she said she's coming back at 5:30 anyways. TE 33.53, construction staging area 15-35 Mercer Street. We have one speaker on the item, Ian Andres. Ian Andres, are you here? He's not here. No other speakers. Councillors with questions of staff. Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to be moving to defer this to our EPIC July meeting to give time to resolve this.
Okay, so the motion before us is to defer this item to the next Community Council meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 33.94, speed humps poll results, Crawford Street. We have one registered speaker, Tim Christie.
Thank you very much, Tim.
He's not there? Oh,
Tim won't be attending today. I spoke with him earlier.
Okay,
Saved
then-
him a day.
Let me just ask whether or not there are any questions of staff. Seeing none, councillors to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'll be moving the alternate recommendations to install the speed humps.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. We are going to proceed to item number, oh, actually, no,
Madam
sorry.
Speaker.
Sorry, my apologies.
Madam Speaker,
Yep.
if you want to go to 33.4, I can get rid of that one.
We're just going to,
Okay.
before we do that, we're going to go to 33 point. I guess we have to do 9. We have a, sorry, I'm just going to get an updated agenda and we'll be organized in a second. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to, we just dealt with 94, so we're going to proceed to TE 33.1. This is the permanent closure of the public lane known as Rodega Lane, abutting the south limit of 65 King Street East and east of Leader Lane. There were 3 speakers, but they've now been struck from my list. So there are no more speakers. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Troisi to speak?
No, because there are no more deputants, we will support staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries, thank you. TE 33.4, 1025 DuPont Street, zoning amendment application, final report. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this matter? Seeing none, Councillor Bailão.
So I have a motion? Now we have a motion.
Okay.
So this is the motion that we sometimes put in not to allow permit parking from the condominium. So these are, it's a condo townhouse small development that you looked at this morning, and we were just getting this motion ready.
Okay, we're going to get to you. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 33.38, front yard parking appeal, 223 Hamilton Street. No speakers. It was held for Councillor Fletcher.
It's a green pea right on that street, so I'd like to know how it's being used.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? That carries. Councillor Fletcher, I know you voted for your own motion there. T 33.39, appointments to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. I think we dealt with this.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's been dealt with. T 33.44, George Street revitalization, the streetscaping plan. I don't believe there's any members of the public here to speak to it. I do have a motion. It's technical in nature, largely doing some cleanup, and we're deleting the recommendations in the report and replacing it with these ones. And this is, of course, another step forward, inching there, taking bigger steps now towards the entire George Street Seton House revitalization plan. All those any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Good work, everyone. Oh, sorry, item is amended. Any opposed? That carries, thank you. T 33.45, assumptions of services, Bridgepoint Health Subdivision Register Plan 66M-2468, held by Councillor Fletcher. There is a motion. We are on item number 45. Councillor Fletcher says there's a motion. Councillor Fletcher, what is your motion? Oh, we're deferring it, okay. Okay, all those in favor of the deferral? Any opposed? That carries. Bring your sleeping bag. TE 33.48, Gerard Carlaw Planning Study, City-Initiated Official Plan Amendment Preliminary Report, held by Councillor Fletcher. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at you. 48. Okay, okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, thank you. T 33.72, Dufferin Street from Dundas Street West to Bloor Street West, extended peak period parking regulations. There is a registered speaker, Sarah Hillbrand. Welcome, Sarah. Sarah, nice to see you. There's a clock on your left-hand side. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
145 Dufferin Street. Thank you for the great work that this council does. I just want to, I received an unaddressed note in my mailbox this winter from Councillor Bailow's office to inform residents of the proposed changes to parking on Dufferin Street. I emailed a detailed response to the proposal in February. In April, I finally heard back from the councillor's office that I missed the window for consultation on this parking issue on Dufferin Street. I was told that no resident had complained about the proposed changes, so it was concluded that the community supported the increase in no parking hours. Up to 7 hours per day now on Dufferin Street is the proposal. I was very concerned that the lack of response, that this assumption that the lack of response meant that residents had not seen, thought that they had not seen the letter from the council and probably had discarded it as junk mail. So I drafted a petition opposed to the proposed changes and started knocking on doors. I spoke with residents at about 80 dwellings and gathered 111 signatures over a few days, and just starting, so we could do more. Not one of the 111 residents that I spoke to had heard of these proposed changes to the parking on Dufferin Street. That is, no one received or saw the notice from the councillor in their mailbox. Not a single person had I found that was aware of the changes. I suggest this is not a true consultation, and if I could not find a single resident after 10 hours of knocking on doors in the neighborhood. Here's how the proposed changes would affect my own family. These proposed changes would create a hardship for our own family of 6 people. We have 4 children, and we've lived on Dufferin Street for 17 years. We have 1 vehicle, no parking on our property, and no access to the rear of our property, because it's a privately owned laneway. We've always parked on the street with a permit and carried infant car seats over the years back and forth several blocks from our house to vehicle. Our children, teens, my husband and I use Dufferin Street sidewalks to walk, with the youngest 2 often on scooters and rollerblades, to walk to the grocery store, the mall, Dufferin Grove Park, the library, and the school. There's a serious safety concern for school children and other pedestrians walking along Dufferin Street in the morning and afternoon, as buses and other vehicles commonly travel at speeds in excess of 50 kilometers per hour, inches from the sidewalk. And parked cars offer a safety buffer between these speeding vehicles and my own children and other pedestrians. I would suggest that Dufferin Street is not similar to King, Queen, Dundas, and College Streets, which Councillor Baillow points out in her letter, have undergone similar proposed parking changes, because Dufferin Street is a residential street. It's not lined with businesses and shops like King, Queen, Dundas, and College, and therefore should not be treated the same. It's lined with houses, apartments, a retirement community, a church, a private school, a public school, a beautiful, well-used Dufferin Park, and a mall. Our family often uses the 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. parking window to stop, drop off groceries, other items in front of our house. These are the only daytime hours we can park close to our house. Street parking nearby is usually very full. We often have to walk 2 blocks from our vehicle to our house. Tuesdays, sometimes Thursdays, we pick up the kids from school, stop in front of the house on our way to tutoring at about 3:40, when the kids, one of them gets dropped off, one of them gets a snack and bathroom, comes back to the car. I wait on Dufferin Street. At 3:50, I leave for the tutoring. Also on Tuesdays, I need to drive the violin to school in the morning because she can't drop it on her scooter. So I drop off the violin and return around 9 o'clock, when I would like to be able to park in front of the house for the day's errands. My husband and I both work from home. It would be inconvenient to begin our parking at 9:30 in front of our house, or 10. My husband works from home mostly, as do I. He's often running errands with the car all day. Our parents are in their 70s, and one of them has very limited mobility, so they have been rearranging their schedules for their visits to us to take note of the parking and only visit during the hours when they can park in front of the house, because they can't walk the 2 blocks. We've adapted our whole family schedule and our work schedules over the years to make sure that we only pull up to our house at the appropriate times for unloading, because the evenings are very full helping our 4 kids do their homework. Groceries need to be bought during the day, so we can pull up before 4 to unload the groceries. Changing the parking to begin at 9:30 a.m. in the morning and end at 3 p.m. would make it much more difficult to manage the schedule. If my husband, an actor, has to leave for a performance at any given morning or at supper time, loading sound gear, bins of costumes, furniture, props, merchandise, and suitcases for the airport at times for a tour, we already coordinate moving the vehicle from the side street to the front of our house after 6, load up, return to the side street if he's leaving between 7 and 9 in the morning when we can't leave it at the front. Because parking is very full in our neighborhood, especially between the 16th and 31st of the month, because there are fewer spots on the north side of Lindsay, we sometimes have no choice but to park in front of the house overnight because there's nothing else available. So moving the vehicle by 6:30 would be much less convenient for the family. Recently, we've done some renovation work because our house is 100 years old. And
Thank you. Your time is up. I apologize. Perhaps there may be someone with questions for you.
Okay. The rest of what I had was, I have a petition to submit to you from those 111 signatures.
Maybe why don't I do this? I'll ask you a question. Do you have a petition for us?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if you want to provide that petition to the clerk, he will make sure that it's circulated. Thank you.
I have about 15 other deputations signed by my neighbors who couldn't make it today. So do they get to, do I read it in proxy for them?
No, it doesn't quite work that way. I would say anything that you want us to see and have circulated, please provide that to the clerk.
Okay.
And that will be put before us.
So the last sentence was that we would prefer that you not make any changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your deputation. We do have another speaker, Adam Schultz. Adam, would you like to come forward? Thank you, Adam. The clock is on your left-hand side, and please note that you have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm a neighbor of Sarah's on the street. Parking in our neighborhood is a nightmare. We live on Dufferin. We live on a residential stretch of Dufferin, which seems to be overlooked by a lot of people, including construction and other business that happens on our street. My main concern, I privately pay to park my car in a garage next door to my house. I'm not concerned about the parking so much as the safety of my children. It doesn't take more than a 5-minute walk along Dufferin during any time of the day to experience a bus going by about a foot off the curb, well over 60 kilometers an hour. I know this is a TTC issue, and I understand we got to move people environmentally around our city, but I don't want to lose a child. There is no barrier between the sidewalk and the street, which means that children of all ages are walking within a foot of a multiple-ton bus moving well over the speed limit. I don't understand why a speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour is in place in front of my residential property. I don't know any other streets in the city that have that, and it's not a residence above a business or in between other businesses. We are on a large stretch of houses that goes from the College Street all the way to Dufferin Grove Park. If I had my way, I know it's not a motion, but I would change the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour, and I would allow for parking on the non-rush hour side of the street, because parked cars are really the only line of defense that pedestrians have between the speeding traffic and their bodies. So I'm opposed to eliminating the parked cars during the times that they're trying to extend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers for this item? Okay, do you want to come forward? I'm going to reset your clock. You have 5 minutes. It's on your left-hand side over here in this corner. Proceed when you're ready.
Hi, my name's Eden Hildebrand. I'm Sarah's daughter, and I live on 745 Dufferin Street, and Dufferin is one of the most busiest streets in my neighborhood, and I use it every day to get to school. And when the cars are there when I'm coming home from school, I feel much safer because there's not fast buses and cars just zooming by, and I'm like 2 meters away from them. And also, my mom always tells me stay close to the houses and not on the other side of the road where all the cars are. And if I'm farther away from them, then it's safer. And if you extend the time, then the cars will always be driving and there will be no parked cars while I'm coming to and from school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Are there any other members of the public here to speak? Okay, you want to come forward? Thank you. So clock again is on your left-hand side. You have 5 minutes. Please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Levi Hildebrand, and I'm Sarah's son. And I live at 745 Dufferin Street. And I was going outside, and I measured with my tape measure how close we are to the how long the sidewalk is, and it's 2 meters. And I'm a few meters away from all those buses and cars when I'm scooting and rollerblading and all those wheels from school, and it's not the safest when I'm coming home and to school. And usually I like to stay by the houses because it's always better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your remarks. And are there any questions for you? Councillor Fletcher would like to ask you a question. Please stay in your chair.
Where is your school?
It's at Dewson and Ossington.
Sorry, Dewson and?
Ossington.
Ossington. And do you have to go over to Dufferin in order to get,
We go down and then we turn, and then we turn.
So you walk to school?
No, we scoot, walk, bike. Yes, we do walk, but
Yeah, you're not driving to school.
no,
Yeah.
sometimes.
But generally, that's how you go,
Yeah.
you and your sister. Go walk down Dufferin and then walk up Dufferin and then go over to Dewson and Ossington. Thank you very much. And do you think the buses are going too fast
Yes.
on the street, even when you're there?
They're like this close to me.
They're that close to you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you to our speaker. Are there any other speakers? Yes, come on up.
Thanks.
You're very welcome. Nice to see you. 5 minutes. The clock is on your left.
Okay, my name is Ephraim. I'm 15 years old and live at 745 Dufferin Street, along with the rest of the bunch. Thanks for meeting today to talk about parking rules on my street and how it impacts my life and safety. Well, I use Dufferin Street sidewalks to walk everywhere, to the subway, to the mall, to the music store on Bloor, to school even, or just to go to the park to play Frisbee and skateboard. And I know that the buses are very close. When I leave my house for school in the morning, when I'm biking, I walk my bike on Dufferin Street because even just getting on is too hard because cars are always coming by. It's too dangerous to begin biking on Dufferin Street with all the traffic. So adding more hours of 4-lane busy traffic will make it more challenging for cyclists. That's one thing I was thinking about. So please don't change the parking rules and make the traffic busier on Dufferin. So I have a letter here to read from Chris Chilko, and it says, who lives on 56 Lindsay Street, just 3 houses over from Dufferin. So this is a serious safety concern for our school children and other pedestrians walking on Dufferin Street in the morning and afternoon, as buses and other vehicles commonly travel at speeds in excess of 50 kilometers an hour within inches of the sidewalk, and parked cars offer a safety buffer between speeding vehicles during a rush hour and also our most precious resource, children. As such, we are opposed to the proposal to further restrict the hours we can lawfully park on Dufferin Street, creating this safety buffer for pedestrians. We are concerned that the City of Toronto's report for action, April 16, 2018, refers to Dufferin Street as a major arterial roadway with a traffic volume of 35,000 vehicles per day. There's no mention of that section on Dufferin Street between Dundas Street West and Bloor Street West, which is a residential street lined with houses, apartments, retirement community, a large church, a large and highly frequently visited public park, and a public school, private school, and a large mall. As area residents, we do not want to encourage more than 35,000 vehicles per day to travel on our residential street. Current parking restrictions already prevent Dufferin Street residents and other from parking in front of our houses and apartments for 4 hours a day through Monday through Friday. And the current proposal would further restrict parking up to 7 hours per day, weekday. The result will be an additional crowding for the parking on sides of the streets intersecting with Dufferin Street, affecting area residents beyond those fronting on Dufferin Street in neighborhoods where parking is already scarce. Therefore, we are asking the City Council to please refrain from changing the parking regulations along Dufferin Street to further restrict the hours of lawful street parking, removing the safety buffer between vehicles, children, and other pedestrians, and creating undue hardship for Dufferin Street and other area residents. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Chris. We also have 5 more letters, but I'll just submit them.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, and
Yes.
there is questions. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Do you go to Dewson or do
No,
you go to?
I'm in high school, so I go to Harvard Collegiate.
So do you use Dufferin to get to that?
Yeah, so sometimes when I'm biking along Dufferin, I'll bike up to Bloor and then across down to Manning Street and to Harvard, and or to get to the subway, I'll walk up there.
Does the bike lane start at Dufferin?
There's no bike lane on Dufferin Street.
No, Bloor bike lane?
Oh, Bloor?
No.
No, I don't think so. The only bike lane is along Harvard Street that I know of.
Harvard.
Close, yeah.
That Dan Leckie put in. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, any other members of the public here to speak? No, we've got every kid. Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing the family out today. Let's bring this inside. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, I'm going to acknowledge Councillor Layton first, followed by Councillor Davis.
Sure. I'm just wondering where this request would have come from. Normally to do this, it's to address issues with TTC. I'm wondering if that was the case. TTC wouldn't be here. Does anybody know?
Yes. Sorry, through the chair. So this is actually part of a series of surface transit operational corridor studies undertaken by Transportation Services staff together with the TTC. And we're looking at ways to improve the reliability and the performance of transit on major surface routes, so mostly bus routes. Dufferin is one of them. There's a series of recommendations and potential interventions, a lot of data collection that happens here, and a variety of ways that objective can be accomplished. This just happens to be one that was recommended for this section of Dufferin Street because there were observed delays to buses on this section of Dufferin and also a lot of variation in travel times.
Thank you very much. Next councillor to questions, Councillor Davis, then Councillor Fletcher.
Well, I was going to ask the TTC questions if they were here. They're not here. So where is the data? We don't have any data here.
Yep, so we did collect a lot of data. However, it is in the form of very specific travel times and standard deviations and of the type that most people would not be able to make a lot of sense out of. That's why.
Did the TTC look at other alternatives? More buses?
Yes, so these.
We are in a situation of trying to balance. We have very clear priorities around pedestrian safety as well.
Right, so these corridor studies look at a wide range of recommendations. They look at everything from relocating stops to changing traffic or parking regulations, as is the case here, to queue-jump lanes, which give buses priority at congested intersections, to fare collection and boarding practices. So all of those things are considered.
Did you look at all of those things?
Yes, for the entire corridor.
Okay. And what about just reducing the speed to 40?
Yes, so that would be a separate matter. That's not part of the scope of these studies. that is an operational matter that could also be considered.
How-
There's no recommended change to the posted speed that's part of this study.
How could you not look at speed as one of the considerations in all of your studies if it's a comprehensive corridor study? And the travel time of the buses. Because when they go 50, they are going very fast. You didn't look at that?
Councillor, if I could comment on that?
I don't think you can.
Why don't, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Bailao, can I ask you to, Councillor Bailao, if I can ask you to just hold on to your remarks, you can actually explain what you'd like to say during your speech.
I just wanted to understand why you wouldn't look at
Yeah, forget that.
speed.
Because that is outside the scope of these particular studies. It's certainly something that we do on a regular basis. We evaluate, respond to complaints and requests for speed studies. That certainly, there's no recommendation against that that's part of this study. There's no reason why that couldn't be considered as well.
But the speed, would it not affect the travel time of the bus? So anyway.
Well, just like we would not recommend an increase in the posted speed as part of these studies.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
We would not recommend an increase in the posted speed limit just to improve the travel times of buses. That's outside the scope of the study.
No, but we know what 50 kilometers an hour, the impact is in collisions on humans.
Question, Councillor?
Anyway, I'm sorry you're shaking your head and looking at me like I'm an idiot, Councillor.
Actually, hold on. We're still on questions of staff. Our next councillor to question staff is Councillor Fletcher.
How much of the street is residential?
Sorry, that is how much of the entire corridor or how much of this
corridor that
section?
you're recommending here is your study area is residential?
Right, so the corridor covers the entire street through the city. Here, the section where we're making recommended changes to regulations is from Bloor to Dundas.
Correct.
So, which is a mix of residential and commercial.
Mix of residential and commercial. And is there not okay, and you work for the city, you don't work for the TTC?
That's right.
You want to establish that?
Right.
You're not here on behalf of the TTC?
No.
So the speed of buses was not part of the criteria in your scope of work?
Travel time was evaluated. Travel time for the route was definitely part of the study. However, no consideration of increasing or decreasing posted speed limits was part of the scope.
That wasn't my question. My question is the speed of the buses. That was not part of the criteria as to how quickly they're going or how slowly they're going, as far as top speeds are concerned.
Not directly, no.
And you're with the same division. It's Transportation Services, not the TTC. So
Yes.
Vision Zero is also part of the Transportation Services, which looks at impacts for pedestrians and everyone else. What was your lens here, your pedestrian lens, that you used in your scope of work?
So because the scope of the studies does not include recommended changes to posted speeds, that was not directly considered.
However, did you do pedestrian counts?
Yes, so the data included in the studies is our standard form that includes counts as available by all modes. So we have standard turning movement counts that are used and evaluated as part of the studies that include cars, trucks, buses, pedestrians, cyclists.
And you've heard that the buses are speeding very close to pedestrians. Were you aware of that before today?
So we didn't undertake a specific speed study as part of this
You were aware
corridor.
of that before today, before you heard this today?
No, if a speed study is required, then we can undertake a speed study if it's requested.
And you're aware the TTC has GPS, they can tell you how fast every bus is going or how slow every bus is going, top speed?
They do have data tracking the location of their vehicles, yes.
But today's the first day. And in the past, in some of these streets, generally, there's an agreement to the reconfiguration, but at times there's changes that council makes or councillors recommend. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's true.
Based on specific conditions.
Yes.
So this it could be one of those. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Perks, was your hand up for questions?
What do you remember what the ridership on the Dufferin bus is daily?
So it's roughly 50,000
Roughly 50
riders per day.
That would put it in the top 10 of TTC surface routes, as I recall.
It was actually the highest ridership route. I believe it's now second because the Lawrence route got extended.
Of the
Lawrence West.
That's right. And if we reduce the posted speed on Dufferin, and that will increase the trip time, certainly when we're outside the peak hours, it will increase the trip time for the Dufferin bus.
Yes, it could. Of course, the posted speed and the actual speed are not always the same in peak periods.
Typically, a public employee wouldn't be speeding, so it would increase the travel time.
Yes, I expect it would.
And if we increase the travel time for the operator in order to get the same number of seats through a particular location, we would have to increase the number of buses.
Right, so that would potentially increase the operating costs for the TTC.
It would increase the operating cost of the route. Dufferin's an arterial?
Yes.
We have, I'm forgetting, it's in the dozens of arterial routes that have, or arterial streets that have TTC routes operating on them. It's dozens.
Yes, it's many. It's very common.
They're pretty much all 50, sometimes even 60, I believe.
They have various posted speeds, but yes, those are common posted speeds.
Those are the most common.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else with questions for staff? Councillor Bailão.
Your initial request was actually to expand what we have today as a no stopping, to expand those hours in the morning and in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that is correct.
And we're now changing to have that to a no parking so that the residents that live there can at least load and unload and take their kids inside without getting a $150 ticket, but they will not be able to park in a longer period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else with questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for speakers. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. So I believe I just have to move the report, the replacement, so it's staff replaced. So let me start by saying that my office was approached by TTC and Transportation with this request. We communicated with the residents, and I understand that many residents are saying that they didn't get the notice, but we actually dropped it ourselves. It was our staff. Sometimes we get it through Canada Post, sometimes we have companies. This one, because it was in a big enough area, we actually just had our staff doing it ourselves, so we communicated and put it in letterhead, and I do understand that people and I'm sure all of you have this issue sometimes because people get so many flyers at home that sometimes when they get our own flyers and our own letters, they just don't read it. But we did try to communicate it. And we appreciate that we did get contact by residents, and that's why last month I deferred this item to give the opportunity for residents to come here and defer. And I had a conversation with them and try to understand some of these issues. And what I'm trying to do here is balance the priorities that we have as a city. We have a very, very busy corridor. We have one of the busiest bus routes in the city. But we also have residents that live in there. So what I'm having in here is, instead of having a complete no stopping for a longer period of time, so keep in mind that what we have in front of us is an expansion of the hours of what we currently already have. During rush hour, from 4 to 6, they already can't park in front of their homes. What we're doing is expanding that, because the reality is that nowadays rush hours in our city are not 4 to 6. They're not 7 to 9 anymore. They tend to be a bit longer. And what TTC is asking us and transportation is asking us to do is to expand those rush hour prohibitions. But understanding that these are residents as well and that they have needs, instead of having complete no stopping, like I said, and have them being charged with $150 if they need to drop off their kids or their groceries, we're changing it to a no parking. So I'm trying to balance out these priorities and the needs of different residents, but I think it is important that we listen to the needs of, you know, what it is, our public transportation operator that transports 50,000 people in that route every day, and people that also need to go home and take care of their kids and feed their kids, and you know, that want to deal with the suffering bus. And just to let you know as well, I did put in the request to have the speed limit reduced on Dufferin, in particular because just south of this area, I do have a school that is Alexander Muir, and TTC was very much against it, said that it had a huge impact on the Dufferin. So I have, this is not something that I had not requested in the past. I have put in that request, and they were very much against it and said that it would have a very negative impact on the route, and that's what I wanted to let my colleagues know. So this is, I ask for your support for what I think I'm trying to just get a balance in here, balancing the needs of our public transportation system and the needs of the local residents to the best of our capabilities. It's, you know, we have these decisions many, many times. We're dealing at it with the King Street pilot. We're dealing it all over the city. This is the realities that, you know, we have a growing city, and we have to, you know, balance these priorities.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for your remarks. Anyone else to speak? Councillor, question of the mover, go ahead.
I thought I heard you say, Councillor Bailão, that you were changing it from no stopping to no parking, but that's not what's here.
So the report has been replaced. Staff has provided a report to city staff. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, the only motion we have before us is the one from Councillor Bailão. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. We are heading to TE 33.81, traffic control signals Broadview Avenue and Bridgepoint Drive, held by Councillor Fletcher. How would you like to? I know they didn't hear you.
Sorry, I have a motion. I've got motions for all of them now. I believe it's to approve the staff recommendation. Pardon me? Oh. You don't have that one? Let's to approve it.
There is no motion on that one. We'll hold that, continue to hold that down. We can jump to the next one. We'll come back to 81. TE 33.87, traffic calming speed humps Nassau Street, held by Councillor Cressy. How would you like to proceed?
I have a motion, if it can be put on the screen, to proceed with the speed humps, as per the motion.
Okay. All those in...
And thank you to Dave and Co.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. TE 33.88, traffic calming speed humps Robert Street, held by Councillor Cressy.
Again, I have a motion, if it can be put on the screen, to proceed. And again, thank you to Dave and Co.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the screen? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. TE 33.91, traffic calming speed humps McGee Street, Ward 30.
Yes, I have a motion.
And the motion is coming on the screen.
Let's delete the polling requirements and approve the installation. And again, to ask the city solicitor to prepare the bylaws. So thank you very much for staff for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Our new powers to delete polling requirements.
Motion's on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
The same for the next one, Chair.
Let me just read that into the record. TE 33.92, traffic calming speed humps Simpson Avenue. Councillor Fletcher is moving her motion. There it is, folks.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Motion on the screen. Any opposed? Item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 33.95, Rivertown proposed installation of river walk markings, bike route, sharrows, and speed bumps, held by Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, the staff have helped me to revise this based on the new condition with Grand Touring Auto that has moved into the neighborhood and created a very dangerous situation. So there is a motion coming up.
She's just moved it now.
Yeah. Yes, and now they're thank you so much.
Okay.
Right into the revitalized Don Mount, Rivertown. So it's a mess.
Motion.
I
Folks,
don't
we're
want
almost
that.
there. Motion on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is
Thank
amended.
staff very
Any
much.
opposed?
You'll see more on the 4th of July.
That carries. Thank you. T
With some fireworks.
33.104, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes affecting every single ward. I think we're ready. Oh, you do? Okay, sorry. What are you doing? Motion on the screen from Councillor, I guess, Layton.
So it would be very helpful if people sent more details about what they're doing, because a promotional event for 5 days until 1 a.m. in a tire lot isn't really enough details for me to approve it. I have called them and assured them, and working with the clerk, we will get them a non-objection letter. I just need them to give me a couple more details about what their plans are in a patio right beside a bunch of residential units. Just a little more details. Floor plan, description of what you are.
I'm with you.
I didn't even know what it was.
You don't know what vote is?
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton's motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is amended. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 33.105, parking amendment for Atkins Avenue. This is in Ward 18. Councillor Bailao, just want to move the recommendations in your letter?
Yes, please. Okay. Recommendations?
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 33.106, parking amendments for Dufferin Street.
Approve recommendations?
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 33.107, realignment of permit parking area 3G to exclude 1025 DuPont Street, Ward 18.
We're withdrawing because this was part of that development, 1025 DuPont, and so we really needed to add the motion into the report.
Okay, motion before us to withdraw. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. T 33.108, reopening of item TE 27.87, 96 titled Junction Triangle Traffic Management Committee Traffic Management Plan Phase 2, Ward 18. First, we have a motion to reopen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. Item is reopened. Go ahead, Councillor.
Approve the recommendations in the letter?
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 33.109, parking amendment Mackenzie Crescent, Ward 18.
Approve recommendations on the letter?
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 33.110, request for College Street West study, Bathurst Street to Lansdowne Avenue, Ward 1819.
Approve recommendations in the letter?
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. TE 33.111, amendments to parking regulations for construction staging area 19 Duncan Street, Ward 20.
I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. T 33.112, accessible loading zone, Mill Street, Ward 28.
Thank you. I'm moving staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 33.113, 79 Eaton Avenue, request for representation at the Toronto Local Appeal Body, Ward 29.
Jared.
Okay, we'll hold that down. We can come back to it in a few minutes. And Councillor Fragedakis, if you can hear me, come on back. T 33.114, implementation of permit parking on Riverdale Avenue between Pape Avenue and Carlaw Avenue, Ward 30.
I'd like to move the fantastic recommendations in that letter.
All those in favor of those fantastic recommendations?
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. T 33.115, 48 Plater Crescent, request for a city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body, Ward 29. We'll hold that down for a second. Moving right along, T 33.116, Roar.
Oh, first we need to add it, so sorry. We didn't add that.
Oh, sorry, okay. Can I please have a motion to add item 116? All those in favor? Motion. Okay, Councillor McMahon, thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is added. T 33.116 has been added. Rorschach?
Rorschach.
Rorschach.
Rorschach, the ink blot test. The
Okay.
ink blot test.
Sorry, English is my second language. Rorschach Brewing Company sales by the glass permit application to Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, Ward 32.
Yes, and I move the recommendations in my letter, and look out West End, because the East End is competing with you and winning for breweries.
Okay.
We're brewing up a storm.
All those in favor to brew up a storm? All those in favor? Any opposed?
And the
That
clerk is
carries.
in my
Thank
ward.
you. So we can, okay, as far as I can tell, councillors, there's only 3 items left. We're going to go back to T 33.81, just hang on tight. 33.81, traffic control signals, Broadview Avenue and Bridgepoint Drive. Councillor Fletcher, is your motion ready now? Oh, okay, I thought you had a motion. Okay, so now, okay. Sorry, that is item number 81, traffic control signals, Broadview Avenue and Bridgepoint Drive. No more motion, just the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. So we simply have 113 and 115. Councillor Davis, do you know what?
It may be in there. Canada Day.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Beer Garden at East York Canada Day should be added to the events of municipal significance.
I think we've already dealt with that. Did you want?
It was supposed to have been sent in yesterday. Does this go to council? Canada Day at East York Canada Day Beer Garden. My staff said it was sent in, and I look on the list and it's not there. And that it was in the supplementary.
Did you submit it?
I didn't submit it.
While the clerk and Councillor Davis sorts out the liquor license omnibus motion, can we find Councillor Fragedakis in the building? Is there anyone in the office who might know where the?
I think I just heard, just move the 2 items. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Really?
No, we'll move the 2 ahead. That's fine. They're hers.
Okay, so why don't?
Do you know how to play rugby?
No, I was going to go and see.
I'll move that. I'll move it.
Yeah, I think we still need to slow things down simply because Councillor Davis has a request regarding the liquor license.
I don't have it.
It's not here. It can get moved at council, I believe.
I'm fine with that, but I just want to make sure I give our colleagues the courtesy to tidy this business here.
Council's July 4th.
After.
This is Canada.
No, council is the 23rd of June.
Oh, of course.
It's on there.
It's just fine.
It's on.
It's number 20, it's on the item already. Sorry, you said it was an amendment. Just run to see if Councillor Fragedakis is there.
Okay, so while he does that, let me just ask Councillor Davis, are you okay with?
Here she is.
Okay. Okay, last 2 items, we were going to move it for you, but since you're here, we'll give you the pleasure and honor of doing that. TE 33.11379 Eaton Avenue, request for representation at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. How would you like to proceed?
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Third.
Any opposed? TE 33.115, 48 Plater Crescent, request for city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. Go ahead, Howard.
Yes, move the recommendations in the letter.
Great, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. So, there should bring us to the very end of the agenda.
Last items, wow.
We simply need to know who's reading those bills. Go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declares bylaws 705 to 709, 12 to 18, 721, 23 to 25, 727 to 34, 41 to 45, prepared for the June 6, 2018 meeting 33 of Community Council.
Well done. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And who's got the other one?
I'm not going to compete. I'm going to read it as slowly. No. That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceeding of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 33 on June 6, 2018.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much to our amazing clerk for doing all this wonderful work, and to everyone else.
That wasn't so bad. I thought we'd be leaving about 9.
We weren't here half the time. Wait till next month. So don't say it wasn't so long.
It wasn't.
If you were here